Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. We had a weird ending to the last one, but and I didn't get a break. But I am your humble moderator for this morning, Hawkeye Two Feathers, also known as David Null, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. And I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, with that said, I was doing a video and went to do something, and all of a sudden, I was on a I was on a different page. The live stream was still going live, and I was just like, what did I do here? So I obviously pushed the wrong button or clicked on something. Hi, Travis. So I should the dog's over there, well, half sleeping and looking at me. I should put something on the screen for a minute. But if you're in the chat, I need refreshments, and I've been spending the last since I got kicked off to get kicked back on. Yeah, it froze a lot bit, right? But I'm out of well, I'm mostly out of stuff to drink, and was going to have some dinner. So I'm like, take a break here for a minute, but I got my coffee cup. Round two, yep. So y'all stick in the chat room and let me go get something from the kitchen, okay? And if everybody's going to regroup, then you know, um, yeah. Well, everybody else gets a break, and I didn't. I got to go pee and go to the kitchen, and so y'all hang out for a couple of minutes. And hey, David, yeah, it all got it. It was probably me, but I have no idea what happened. But anyway, I had to just get back out of everything, shut Chrome down and do the whole 9 yards. So anyway, but I want to go get something to snack on and something to drink because I got on here early. Yeah, it ain't gonna be much of a food break, but I'm out of coffee and my little snack cakes that I chew on. I'm kind of out of those. I've got some dried pineapple here, so I've got food nearby. Um, but yeah, so y'all get back and chat amongst yourself for a minute, and let me go get more coffee and go water the garden. I'm already eating, so but I can't eat and talk at the same time. I ain't that good, but hope that started. I'll be back. Hey, buddy, Doug. Ooh, that needs some. Talk to you. I'm gonna bring y'all some. I'll be right back. Anybody home? I know I had to go around the corner. The cats were complaining because I got on early and I normally feed them earlier. And anyway, so it took me more time to feed the cats and get them situated than it did me. But I got me a can of fruit cocktail and some munchies. It hit 420 somewhere in Australia. That was just the weirdest thing. And, in my quit thinking, I was like, how did I get onto this page? And then when I hit the back button, it just had turned off the camera and I could see y'all in the chat. And it took me a minute to figure out. And I was like, back, forth, tried this, that. I went into my own settings and it said, you're live. And I was like, yeah, I know, but the camera's not on. And then one of the times I clicked, then I found out that I could actually use the chat. And then I, just had to get out of everything, shut Chrome down and all that, and start from scratch. And then it said the chat was still live. So then I just set it up and said, go live. Yes. Okay. Boom. Here I am. And I don't know that maybe that other one's still running. I don't know. But we ain't there. At least I don't think we are. Yeah, but I want to admit the truth. I think it was self-imposed gremlins. I don't think I think I'm the gremlin. I can't really blame it on anybody else, but how, what I hit or whatever. Anyway, I was trying to beat Barry to the punch to delete the person, the bop that was there. And I went over and hit something thinking, and bing, I was gone. That was that. So, but anyway, hi, back at you, everybody. And, I'm having munchies now, and um, I got to load this bowl again because the last time was just for a short time. Well, that's one of the interesting things that I have been on radio and television and live events a lot over the years, right? I'm not trying to brag. I was actually my job, so, um, but no matter how well you had rehearsed it or set it up or whatever, even the best performance still had a glitch in it somewhere. Something or this or something was out of place. Not about it might have been very minor, and there are people around going, don't look at that thing. Somebody left a book on the thing or something. Don't look, and nobody notices and it just goes on. And then there are things like they're supposed to have a book during an interview or something, and the person off stage runs on. You see them with a headset on, and they go, "Oh, well, thank you, Hank," or whoever, and they hand them the book because it's supposed to be preset. So there are things that we have seen on live TV and stuff like that, So, but stuff just happens, And the fact that I don't have any, the fact that I don't have any more problems than I do is like, yeah, So, but anyway, um, but those kind of things where I know some folks that it just frustrate them. So, oh my God, here it goes again. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, I kind of went through that, but I was like, what did I do? And this ain't letting me in. And let me go 1, 2, 3. Well, this ain't working. Let me back over here. No, that ain't working. So I didn't get in a panic, but I kept going back to this. And then that didn't work. I tried this, that didn't work. So I went through all my logical steps, found out I could chat with y'all, and then shut the stream down. So I tried everything else, and nothing else worked till this. So, but as far as being upset, son of a bitch, I'm right in the middle, and I was, and can I pick up where we left off? No, I don't have a clue, but we can talk about it. Um, what y'all think? One of my favorite snacks is um, fruit cocktail. And something are up with some of these new cans. I'm just saying, I can't. The can opener won't do them right. And I want an old timey can opener. Now, I don't have an electric one because they always go flop, and I throw shit all over the counter. And nah. And when the electricity goes out, you can't open your canned goods. But the handhelds on most cans work just fine. This particular style that I found. But I've noticed the lip of the can, how it's pressed on, is deeper on some of these cans by Clover Farm. Not just Clover Farm, but because I buy most Clover Farm products, I bought some other cans, and sure enough, they were like that. So on some cans, the distance is good. I click on my little handheld and go around, can opens great. This one, it would only open part of the can. And I mean, I struggled. I was like, screw this. I just bent part of it back and I'll eat through the hole in the grass, you know? But it's interesting how, for me, having been an engineer and mechanic and production and all that kind of stuff, I look at this and I go, well, wait a minute now. Now I have been through two of these similar types of can openers. They're easy to operate, but how come they won't open some cans? So instead of blaming it on the can opener when I got the new one, I was like, wait a minute. Now, the brand new one doesn't work either. And then I started noticing that the cans were different, that the lids are pushed down just a little bit farther down here. And so when you clamp onto it, you clamps onto the ridge and everything, but the wheel that is set at a certain depth won't quite pierce the tin. And you end up with a flopping mess like I got now. But anyway, was it destiny that I end up with this crappy can that I couldn't open tonight? Was it destiny that the live stream ended abruptly without prayers or whatever? Was it destiny that I even did a show tonight? Was it destiny that we're meeting here? And okay, pull up your drawers, you know. Um, and my coffee. This particular discussion of predestination thing, destiny, for me, goes back to my catechism class, maybe in eighth grade, seventh grade kind of thing, because we were studying different religions, but I think it was more in high school at Tampa Catholic that the subject of predestination came up for discussion and this. And for some reason, I don't know if I'm right about this at all, but for some reason it seemed like we were, because every time I think about predestination, the name Calvinism pops into my head. Not sure what, I can't explain to you what Calvinism now or blah, 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 but somehow that those words in my brain are tied together. I will look it up later, but so there were certain religious breakoffs of whether it was the Lutherans or these folks or the them folk, right? Sort of like Baptist versus the, you know, the missionary Baptist or the highfalutinary Baptist, or anyway, um, or the Church of Latter-day Saints, or, and anyway. What seems to be important in the discussion that when the word God and religion is brought into the topic for discussion, then it becomes God has a plan for us. So that's the reason for the predestination. Okay. What? Well, God has a plan for us. When we're born, God has a plan for us. Okay. So we follow God's plan and we follow the word of Jesus and we follow the Bible. Okay. We follow, all of one of the things he does. We're off to see the lizard, the wonderful lizard of Snaz. But anyway, so, and, me and Barry know about the lizards. Yeah, breakfast. Yeah, okay. Precipitated? Did I say that? So this understanding of prescripted, I see. Yeah. So from the religious point of view and the religious teachers, and whether or not it was Calvinism, but for some reason that's what my brain is. So anyway, so moving past that in my brain to the predestination. So if it's God's plan for us to do these things, then my argument was, ain't that predestination? Well, no, but we're predestined to do these things or whatever. Like, really? Well, but if God has a plan, then ain't it that we're predestined? Because they wanted to work around at Tampa, at the teachers at the time. Now, we have some teachers at Tampa Catholic who were enlightened individuals, but they had to be careful because they were teaching at Tampa Catholic, right? And how far we could go with this philosophy. So they couldn't steer us away from the church because, but they could leave us with a question in our head. Well, it's like, so what do you think, Mr. Frisbee? Well, I think that here's this and this and this, and you need to judge for yourselves. The Catholic Church feels this way about it, but you should judge for yourselves, which is really a good way out of it, and but also the right answer, because the person next to me in class don't necessarily see it exactly the way I do, because my life is mine and I had a twisted first 3.5 years of my life and things are nuts in my brain, and they've had a normal upbringing, I mean, just so there's like this and they're like, oh, that's cool, and I'm freaking out over going, so there is that difference in hearing the same person give the same information at the same time, but our how we hear it and understand it. But anyway, and what it means to us. But in all of this conversation, though, I remember in class that there were those of us who looked at each other like, well, if God's got a plan, then well, but you have free will. And your free will, as I've kind of learned for myself, you have your free will. You can do what the hell you want, but they could beat your ass spiritually, and because it ain't what for me was not really predestined for what I do. They kicked my normal spiritual butt all over the place. And so, but it was up to me. It's still up to me to decide or to choose or to yes or to no. So, but circumstances may make it such that you might feel like, well, some bitch, I just ain't got no choice in this matter at all. I might just well go ahead and on do it then. I kind of had that one at first, but when them three ladies appeared right there in the house over there, I was like, oh wait. So it pulled in a whole different realization for me. Like, I need to quit fooling around. I need to take this more seriously, and I need to change because these three ladies showed up at my house, and I'd be, whoa, So that visitation wasn't for everybody, but it is for everybody because that's what prompted me to, have more courage to speak up and talk about these crazy things. And not necessarily that the world be damned, but I'm gonna have this conversation. You know, I'm there are many things that I'm still formulating an opinion on, but I'll give you what I know up to this point. Like the alien thing, we've all supposed to been flashed by today or yesterday. And sorry, but ain't seen it yet. There's a really strange thing I was talking about in the Schumann resonance. So if you look at the Schumann resonance and the big um, space there for 36 hours ish kind of thing, did the machine need maintenance, or did the reaction was so much that it knocked the machine offline? I don't know. I don't speak Russian. I don't know who to find out about that. But also, about once a month, there are these spaces for sometimes a couple of hours, sometimes a day or so. And recently, it seems like, well, it has just happened to the Schumann. So, was it the machine? Was it the vibrations? But the coinky dink part is it was on the day when all this other stuff was supposed to happen. That was my point. Like, woo, did it happen? Don't know. They turned the machine off. What? Well, or did the machine get knocked off? Or was it their planned? I'm just asking. So, it is 2:07 in the morning time. Hawkeye Two Feathers sitting here with you for part two of the discussion about destiny. What is your destiny in life? Do you feel like you're being pushed or pulled, or that you have no destiny at all, which is some folks' problem? And they don't, well, I'm just feeling like I'm going along, but I don't really have any purpose or any destiny. And then there are some folks who are overwhelmed with multiple destinies. It's almost like a multiple personality disorder, but I understand it in that there are so many places or folks and things that you want to help. You feel compelled to, you got to help somebody somehow. I have let people into my house. There have been people who've moved in and this and out trying to be helpful and end up, for everybody that came here, they've left piles of shit that I'm still dealing with. Not all this mess around my house is mine. I mean, just saying, but it's mine to deal with now. But that's for me trying to be helpful and kind to other people, and they left me with a bunch of stuff that I'm still trying to deal with. Okay, it's all right. I don't hate them, but there are still times when I go, man, why did they leave this shit in my yard? Hey, Katniss, how are you? So, but it's still stuff I'm. It's left to me. It's my responsibility to deal with. It's okay. But in the reality of things, though, so was it my destiny to have this property? I'd say yes. Was it my destiny to have people, my brother and other people, come here to quote, stay and have a communal garden and we're going to do this, and then everybody leave their shit and never come back. And was it my destiny to be left with all their stuff? Was it their destiny to try it? And for whatever reason, they went bonkers, which that is having nothing to do with me. They went bonkers anyway, and some of them are still bonkers. But they came by and left their mark, and in some ways, you know, of some of these big dinosaurs that came in, just took a dump on the place, and I still have, to I'm still cleaning up dinosaur dung. Okay, so but we do the best we can under whatever the circumstances. But in my long just thinking about my life and how I found the place and how I'm still here and the spirits and the things and this, I am supposed to be here. Now, was all this other stuff supposed to happen to me and to the place? I question that. You know what I mean? What? But is it so? My predestination, as my grandma said before she passed, was for me to be a hermit and live down in the woods on a river. All that's true. How I got here, what I did with that information as to be a hermit, what it meant to live on the river, they're just hermit, woods, river. True. And I think there was something about going to build a little house in the woods or something anyway. But so I pictured this and I knew it ahead of time. So I would absolutely say that in a lot of ways my life was predestined. And but yes, we do still have free will. But your free will can screw with your destiny, okay? But there are ways that you can still still fulfill your destiny without making a cosmic wreck of your spirit and body. And I was very negative. Had I and there were I still could have done certain things and I wouldn't have gotten kicked around in by the cosmic group as bad. So it was yes, I had freedom of choice, but I allowed some things to happen. Like, well, it'll be okay when it really wasn't. And if I'd have really thought about it, I really shouldn't have done it. But there are those of us who are too empathetic at times, and I was have been accused by a couple of folks that a dear friend of mine, and I still refer to it as the JC complex, the Jesus Christ complex. And it's very simple. It's not that you are trying to be Christ, but in being Christ, you think that you can heal and fix everything. So you want to be a good person. You want to be the good Samaritan. You want to be, in a way, that Christ spirit. But, we can't save everybody. We can't fix everything. As much as some folks are better than others at fixing and helping, we still can't fix and or help everything for everybody. Can't do it, right? So, but there are those of us who still try. I don't try near as hard anymore because I see the futility in it. If somebody still needs a place to live and I knew them or whatever, I've invited perfect strangers here, okay, because they needed a place to stay. And I was hoping that God was looking out for me, that, they kind of led us to together kind of meeting. And so I'm like, I'm a warrior for Christ and I'm going to do my best. But, you know, um, it was a little tricky, touch and go and whatever, but take a deep breath. It's okay. It worked. Anyway, we're getting to that time, ain't we? It's 14. It's 2:14. Yeah, 2:14. That works. So in our destiny, so for example, in my original discussion of destiny with my spirit guide, Mother Mary, and all this other stuff, right? So my guidelines were you're going to help people with no explanation as to how. Okay. Well, you're going to feed them, you're going to help them, you're going to do this. Well, you're going to help people and you're going to help them with their spiritual journey. That's the information I got. Well, but how? You'll figure it out. We'll send you messages along the way. We'll give you classes. We'll, clue you in. We'll help you. We ain't just going to leave you hanging out to dry, right? Which they didn't. There were times when I thought they did. But there were some lessons that in trying to be kind and to be that, unfortunately, for the description, the Christ complex, and that I went out there on what's the Craigslist for like Valdosta and Tallahassee, and I said, and I was looking for homeless veterans or homeless people that could, that could travel, um, and that needed a temporary place to stay until they could get whatever affairs and orders, call me or email me. And so I got a couple of folks that were just like seriously whack jobs. And then a person or two. And I've got a little camper out here. And he said, well, I'm a carpenter and I've done this and that. And I said, look, okay, I got a yard full of wood and I've got this old camper. You need a place to stay. I've got a large tent that you can stay in that's very comfortable, high lid, plenty of room. I've got a cot and this and that. I got camping stuff. So you fix the little camper up for me so you can have a place to stay and not tear my tent up, but and so I can put my tent up, but you can still stay there. But your job is here's the wood, here's the tools, here's the screws, here's the saw, here's the hammers, here's the this. And if you need me, let me know. But he was like, well, I could fix this and do this. And I had to give him instructions, right, for all of his talent. But and so he bitched about everything along the way. And well, I can't do it like this, and I don't know how you want. I said, how would you do it? Well, I'd take a this and a that. And I said, so go ahead. There's some plywood, there's the nails, there's a saw, there's the saw horses. You said you know how to do this. Go for it. If I don't like it later on, I'll change it. But go ahead, build it. Your job is to make this little place livable, clean it up, whatever. Here's all the stuff here in the yard to fix it with. But it's up to you to use your talent, your wits, or whatever, and to do it. And he did a really half-assed job for all the time that he had. There's another one, 5, 4. Now, I ain't going to touch it now because that's what got me in trouble the last time. I clicked something when I went to go try to beat Barry at this. But so anyway, how much time? Oh, just a couple. I gotta do a. Whoa, crap! No way! I broke my pipe. Oh shit! Oh man! I seriously broke my pipe, dude. Oh man! Come on, doggone it! Busted the stem off. Doggone it! Oh man! And I had just, well, I've had it for a little while, but doggone it now. My previous self would be like screaming the F word and stuff like that. And I'm not doing that. So that's all good. Well, I got something I might be able to rig it with. And looky there. It's, whoops. It's temporary. Doggone it. Doggone it. Let me see about this. Doggone it. I know I said that already. Well, shoot. I'm an inventive cuss. I'll figure some. You dropped yours in the toilet? Well, I've dropped this thing, but I mean, it just hit just right and snapped off the plastic piece that fits these two pieces together. And it broke off inside this, but I'll be doggone. Well, I'm just going to have to punt. That's just all there is to it. Hmm. I wonder if that'd work. Nope, that's well, never mind. I recently purchased this little glass pipe, so this one's going to have to do for the moment. But I had that one all ready to go and everything, so well, doggone it. Anyway, now was I predestined? Was that predestined for that to happen tonight? I'm bringing this up. I'm being a little facetious in this and being a little snarky, but there were folks. Well, see, God must have had a plan for that. And God must have done this. And it must be God's will that you broke that pipe. And it must be, see, God's trying to tell you to quit smoking, Dave. And God's, it all have been God and predestination, when I somehow bumped it and it fell on the floor. But was all of this linked to some kind of sync? Right, it's just an accident. Or did God really plan it this way? And there are some times where I scratch my head and I go, well, ever since then, it's been different. Um, I'm trying to find a bowl that I found my silver pipe that was upstairs, and it hasn't been smoked in a while. It's a little stale, but maybe it's time for me to. Emily, Pratt, Franklin, something, Skitter. They must really be bored that they have to come in and have Barry shoot them out, shoot them up, shoot them down. Anyway, but with the kind understanding of the universe, I can honestly say that there have been times that little things like knocking the pipe over led me to like, well, since it broke, my other one's clogged, and I got the new one, and the other one's still clogged. So maybe I need to take care of some of the other pipes that I have, and this one got broke because I was being lazy and not cleaning up, or you know what I'm saying. So, well, what? But did God write in that in small letters on this particular day in January this year that I would um, somehow knock a you know a weed? Well, you can smoke other things in it, but my current weed smoking pipe, and that somehow it'd be knocked over, and that this would happen, and that would happen, and that is that all predestination? And however, I wouldn't say so on a grand level, but on a current situational level, I would say that there are certain periods in time where I'm like right now, with and the holidays, first of the year, there have been times when I was very piss poor in vinegar and not looking forward to, the current year and that kind of stuff. But right now it's like, even though there's weird stuff going on, I just broke my favorite pipe. I mean, Okay, so there's weirdness, but I'm like, well, all right, dang it, didn't think, but and it also puts in my head like I probably got something around here I could fix that with. I've got some older pipes upstairs, and maybe one of the pieces would fit together, and because the bowl's not broke, it just the stem. So, my little brain's going, that's an inconvenience, and I could probably fix it. So, that makes my brain think, how could I fix this? So it's a there are times when weird shit happens, and if I want to fix it, then I gotta be creative. I gotta think in that little like, there's something around here. I bet you I can fix, and try to fix it. Now there are times when I get so uh obsessive about I'm going to fix that damn pipe one way or the other, and I can't find anything that'll fix it with right. With all my knowledge and stuff, I'm like, son of a bitch, man, it's got me. I knew something ought to, and nothing fits, right? Sometimes you get snookered, right? But um, but there's a lesson in it, no matter what it is. Kind of going back to the animal cards, in that coyote will trip over all kinds of stuff, but he's learning lessons along the way. So dropping the pipe tonight or whatever, that could be coyote, just being a tinker's damn pain in the ass, like okie doke. And nothing major, but piss you off and yeah, yeah, yeah. And how you and so like for me the test is I didn't scream and holler. I didn't do a lot of cussing. Which had been son of a bitch. I'd have been like all over the place. Well, goddamn, well, look, I ain't doing that. So for myself, I've learned a lot of lessons. And even though my one of my favorite pipes at the time just broke, the lesson is, well, being angry, my lesson over the years is it's still sitting there. I'll figure it out. But right now, I get a chance to smoke out of my silver pipe from Mexico, and we'll see how this works. Anyway, I missed my 20s, so I'm catching up. Hush, y'all. You can join me. Hey, Mary. I broke many glass pieces. Yeah. I'll check out and see. Have extra pipes. Oh, I got a bunch of pipes upstairs and stuff. That's my point. I probably got something to fix it, but the bottom is okay, and I could probably find something that would go in the stem. I I got stuff, but it's an inconvenience, right? But thank you, I understand. Unbreakable, yeah, unbreakable, right? It's real easy for this stem to get clogged. Real easy. You have to use a thin piece of wire to go in there and clean it out because you cannot get a one of these in there, pipe cleaner. And if you could heat the wire up and then run it through and it'll pull out the gooey tar. But yeah, I had a special piece of wire that would make it like this far, and then I had to like blow through it and also soak it in denatured alcohol, or at least 70% alcohol isopropyl. Better is 90%, and put alcohol in it and squash it and run it back and forth. It will help dissolve the tar. And boy, does it need a cleaning. But it gets the job done. So, but anyway, so in the predestination state, and I haven't really used the river and kayaking as an example lately, but gotta have one of them in there in my 69 and a quarter years of living. And that is this: I have known that I'm predestined from being a Cub Scout, Boy Scout, and all that, that I am an outdoor person. Okay, my personality is I like the outdoors. That's like versus other people, right, who sit and play video games. I ain't that. So there are certain, um, I guess I would say, personal traits and characteristics. Like, some folks like to go bowling, other folks don't. Some people like skydiving, other people don't. Some people like mountain climbing, but or some people like walking, but they don't like mountain climbing. So a lot of variances for different people, their tastes and whatever, right? But one of our purposes here, that the more I feel and live and investigate, is that the purpose of life is to experience it. And if you choose to just look out the window versus go outside, then that's the difference between viewing life and living life. So you may have the predestination of that you will at least view life or be a part of it some way, but it may be that so your choice is, here's this life, you're a this or whatever, and um, but you're going to look at the world through the window versus go out and participate. So you're still active. It'd be like a cub reporter or something, and you're afraid to go out on assignment or afraid to get in front of the camera, but you'll hold the microphone. But you somehow your destiny is that you're to be, a reporter. So, but well, you're scared, you're shy, you're this, you're that, or whatever. And so sometimes we sabotage ourselves like Coyote, and that's really what we want, and that's really our destiny. But we only kind of sort of get there. You know what I mean? So it's not that we are totally off track. We're just not on maybe exactly where our true destiny lies. Now, there's the other side. There are people that think they are going to be this or that, and they try real hard, and they have moderate success. Those are the people who are like, you should have not tried. I mean, because they only had moderate success. They tried to do this and blah, 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 and it just didn't work out for them. They went home, got fat, and had a few kids. I'm thinking of a particular person years ago who was going to be a local personality, and they basically they were so full of themselves. Well, I'm so good at this and that and the other thing, and they really weren't. And other people saw it, but the person who was doing the selling of themselves, like, oh yeah, I'm so good. Not really, you know. And she oversold her talent and was so blowed up and full of herself that she wouldn't take any, like, hey, any direction from anybody, even those of us who were in the business and had been directors. And so I mean, and we're trying to quietly, like, look, do it a little like this or change this over. I know what I'm doing, and you pee on, leave me. And she destroyed her own career. Shame on her. But we looked at each other and shrugged our shoulders and said, we tried, and politely, you know. But some folks are divas when they ain't worth shit. But then there are some people who are really good, but then don't have the self confidence or courage to like take whatever that step is. They work around the edges, they might volunteer, they might do this and that. But as far as really taking the leap and doing it, get her done, they just, you know, uh, they sit on the bench and support and they're for the team and they're always there, but they ain't playing full time, you know. Now, if it really gets in the bench, they might throw you in, but put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. At center field, something anyway. But so I can't speak of other people, but in for my own life, I gotta say that the idea of the basic soul contract, the idea that when Casey talked about we as spirit being angels, we have the opportunity to choose these different roles. Sort of to clean up our karma if we've done something. Like for me, I was here on this place at 150, 200 years ago, and I was a mean, nasty asshole son of a bitch. And I needed to come back and learn some lessons and try to bring peace to this place that I kind of put into turmoil when I was here. I mean, physically in this neighborhood where this house is right now, way back when. And but that was my soul journey to clean up a mess, and also not just clean up a mess because I had been abusive back in the day, when the Trail of Tears and that kind of thing back in that time in the early 1800s, and there were Creek and Cherokee down here, and somehow I was not a very nice man and mistreated, especially Native women. And I had to learn this time around what to be a Native meant that I didn't understand as a drunken white man, right? So, in my abuse to them and so forth, this time around, I had to become a medicine man as I kind of figured this out later on. It wasn't just to learn about it, but in order to cure things that I had created before and to help stop any further um, misinformation about Native Americans and things and traditions. It was also my job to learn it myself, but then to teach it to other people and go, hey, look, you know, for a long time, people thought these folks were savages. We were the savages for what we did to them. Come on now. I'm not going to beat people up, but we all have the opportunity now to, this is what they told me before, we all have the opportunity now to make a difference. And Hawkeye, when I did my ceremony to officially have my name christened by a medicine man in a sweat lodge and through ceremony, a couple of days of fasting and things and stuff. And, it wasn't like, whoop, here's your name. It was discussed and prayed on for several days ahead of time. And then during the ceremony in the sweat lodge, which lasted a while, we go in, come out, go in, come out, heat the rocks up and go back in. But anyway, um, that with that understanding and sort of for myself, I reached a level that I was like, with great knowledge and with great power comes great responsibility. So in my teaching back then, like I've talked about the healing of the wolf and what happened that night, I don't know, but the prayers and the ceremony healed that wolf the next morning. And, just very interesting, after the ceremonies that I've done, to have the otter come right up on right there to the edge of the beach where I was sitting, having just blown out the candle at the end of a night long ceremony to open the new day. And there's this otter that comes up and just smiles at me like, "Hi, thank you." Because I was asking, I said, "Well, Creator, if this ceremony is accepted," blew out the candle, and there was the otter. And I was like, no, you can't make this stuff up. So for me and my journey and the connection with animals and ceremony and sincerity and honest prayer and allowing your thoughts to extend out, the animals and the things and the elementals, they hear it, feel it, and so the more you practice it, the more you have to take ego out of it and accept it. And, there are different feelings, different times, different moon phases, different, cosmic energies hitting us. But for me, you find a sort of, it's not exactly the same way every time, but it's really close because there's always something slightly different you have to deal with, but you still do the smudging, you still do the prayers before, you still do the cleansing, you still do it this way, you still follow procedures. But is it the same way you did last time? No. It's close. I mean, it's followed the same. Is it the same? The answer is no. It's never the same. You go to church, priest says a mass. Is the same mass by the same priest the same every time? No. Period. Nothing is ever exactly the same unless it's recorded and but in life, as performers with little theater, we'd say the same lines, we'd have the same entrances and exits and pie fights or whatever, but every single night was different in some way. Act one's would have had something in it. Act three would have had something. Act two would have something would have been different, but it good or bad. Sometimes the incident that happened was funnier than any other night that you'd performed it. And then you'd try the same thing the next night and would flop, and people wouldn't get the joke kind of thing. And so um but to say the same actors, the same lines, and in a lot of ways the same gestures that we had performed, and the whole like almost like sword fights, that all of a sudden, but no two nights are ever the same ever, and with the performances close, similar, but anyway, so in the reality of the universe, there are a lot of things that are really close and are very similar, and same lines, same things, but sometimes there'd be people in the audience who just didn't laugh, and there'd be one or two people laughing, and there'd be the only two people to laugh through the whole damn show, and it'd be a funny show. And then the next performance, the people were so wired and hot and giggly that no matter, you could not even say something. And for me, I'd stop and turn at the audience and I'd look, and there'd be people snickering and laughing and giggling, and not even a word. That try that the night before, that people would have went, "Oh, get on with it," And the next night, different crowd, different people, same lines, same people, and all of a sudden, the whole place, folks are ready to pee their pants. They're laughing so hard. So circumstances, energies, people, even though it's similar conditions, never the same. So what does that say about life? There'll be a lot of days that are going to be close together. Like today was a beautiful day. The temperature was great. The sun was out. No, chem floppy thingies up yonders. Honest to God, contrails from real airplanes, they disappeared when they were supposed to, you know, few clouds moving in later on in the afternoon, but normal, what seems to be normal. And well, I'm somebody's neighbor, and I have found these lovely people that have been my neighbor for quite a few years now. And I just got to say, there's some lovely people, down to earth. I'm glad to know them. I'm glad I know them now, and in that if something ever happened to me and I never got a chance to know them, we've been sharing the property line back and forth so much. It's like I'm just so glad they're like me in a lot of ways. Anybody that wants to live down here in the swamp, on the edge of the swamp like we do, you got to be special because some folks just ain't gonna tolerate it. That you live where, not me. Okay, bye. Yeah, very nice. And Miss Sheila, she pops in every once in a while, usually at 3 or 4 in the, usually 4 or 5 in the morning when she's getting ready to go out hunting. And she loves to hunt. And so, but she's not a murderer. Sometimes, like um, she said, sometimes I go out and if it, I might see a deer or whatever, but it just ain't the right time to shoot them, kind of thing, or whatever, or just you end up just sitting there holding a gun and watching them. And so, the kind of people that respect nature and are not like some other folks, like, oh, there's one, let me gun it down and kill it. uh, and the respect for nature and things. And, they've got quite a few deer that are in the freezer, but they brought me deer sausage, that's excellent. They brought for Christmas dinner. She had fried up some kind of special backstrap with onions and gravy and this, that, and the other thing. Absolutely delicious. But it was like a Christmas special. And when they dropped off some food on the way back to the house, for because they live over there, they dropped me off this wonderful plate with different foods and stuff. And gotta say, it was absolutely excellent. And God bless them, honestly. So, and not trying to overcompensate with, oh, they're such good people, so they'll bring me food. Nah, they're good people whether they bring me food or not. But that that's just like, oh my God, and they bring me food. They're good people and they bring me food. But wow, that's really special. Because back in the day, we used to take people Sunday dinner, whatever. And the families that I was one of the ladies I was married to, and I was married to her family. They were old country like that, and everybody got together and had dinner. And if you couldn't make it over for dinner, they took dinner to you, or brought it to you, whatever. And to me, that's old country in South Georgia, and that is true to me. Southern hospitality, where a lot of other folks have never really quote experienced it. Now I know there are folks up north who do similar types of things for people at churches or families and stuff. So it ain't just a Southern thing, but because I have resided down here most of my life, I know it's a Southern thing. Maybe not out in the open public thing, but there's a lot of folks who help other folks and just, well, we're going to go over here and like for some of the churches, we gonna go over here and check on Sister Nancy. She ain't been to church in 2 weeks, and and we one of us stops by there every other day to make sure she's okay, because she's getting on in age, and nobody asked them to do it. The ladies get together and say, because Miss Nancy's their friend, and they're getting on in age like she is, and so they have built this little old ladies club where they check on each other if one of them's not is if one of them's feeling a little poorly. Nobody says anything that's not in the newspapers. It might be a couple of people in a church or something that know these ladies and help out or whatever. But um, there is this quiet service to others, um, not necessarily related to any church, but it is based upon spirituality. And some of these ladies that I've talked to, and I've talked to some of these ladies, and they were like, in my old age, and my kids are gone or grown up, and and I just, I just feel like I should, So where before the kids left and their husband might have died or whatever, or when before they reached a particular age, like it seems like about 55, and for me too, just before that 60 level, there's folks that you just start having a different point of view. You just start looking at things differently, but maturity or however, whatever you want to call it, but you look at life differently. And from that point on, it's like, ever kind of evolving. Um, but the fact that people do this willingly, consciously, and there are some of these old ladies, and to hear them talking, you'd hear this one say, I just knew in my heart that something was wrong with Miss Nancy. And I got over there and she had just fallen down. And I got there and got her set up and on the couch and she was okay. And we called the doctor in the hospital and let him know. But, she was talking all right. But she's okay now. And this happens a lot to when you like hear the old lady, gray haired ladies talking about checking on each other and stuff like that. It's amazing. And they're church going ladies, Southern Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran, but a lot of Southern Baptist. But they will tell you that I just knew God told me in my heart that something was wrong with Sister Nancy. Okay. Was it predestination? Was God talking to her about Sister Nancy, or was Miss Beverly picking up Miss Nancy? And maybe a spirit guide hollering to her spirit guide. So it was that God was talking to her. Okie doke, I'll buy that. But because that's her way of describing it, right? Um, so for her, God spoke to her. Well, at least her angel did, right? Because somehow, and she got this message in the quantum reality that something was wrong with Sister Nancy, and she went over and checked, and yep. So, but ain't that ESP kind of thing? So it's been going on for a while. And quietly with little old ladies helping each other out. And um, they call it that, Jesus spoke to me that I needed to go over and help her Sister Nancy. However you want to look at it, but you did it, you listened, you paid attention, and you have faith in that. And if these little old ladies, their understanding is with Jesus and God, and that's what motivated them to intervene, intercede, or whatever, God love them. I ain't gonna argue with them. I'm gonna give them a gold star because they're paying attention. You know what I mean? To where others, well, I don't know if somebody ought to go over there and check on Miss Nancy. Has anybody seen her lately? Well, well, what about you, Edith? Well, I don't know if I should go over there or not. And we've never really been too close. And so you can hear the person, that will talk a good line, but won't do anything. So where there's a person that don't say nothing who's already checking in on Miss Nancy. Now there's a lady down the road that was getting in her 80s. She was a school teacher for many years. A lot of people knew who Miss Nancy was. And so I'm talking because we had talked to these folks because the property where the wildlife center was over that way a little ways was owned by this lady, and she started getting senile and not being able. She was leaving the oven on and just stuff. And so we were always checking in on Miss Nancy. And she was put in a nursing home a few years back, but because there wasn't enough of us to keep an eye on her, she really needed to be inside someplace. But in the meantime, though, there was this whole cadre of people, including myself, who would just stop in and check on Miss Nancy. And she'd come to some of the plays, and a lot of teachers and folks, educators. So they knew her over the years. She owned a crap load, like 1,500 acres of farmland and hunting land over here. All along the Ochlockonee River, and big pine trees, and all of her salary and all of her years as she was married early on or something, didn't have too many kids, and but was a 30-year teacher and put all of her money together and everything. Anyway, she was set well, but didn't flaunt it, but she was set well. When she got to know me a little ways, and I was doing puppet shows over there in one of the mule barns on her property over there. Uh, Little ladies, lady fingers. Your fingers are high as well. But anyway, so the destination of Miss Nancy, that she knew that she was going to be a teacher and was a teacher for 30, 40 years, and but did she know that she was going to become senile and live by herself in this little house on this big piece of property, and that little old ladies from around the neighborhood were going to come and check on her? So there is a portion of our lives that I would say a lot of us could agree that, yeah, I kind of felt like I needed that my life was leading me in this direction. Or people say, like my pops, he's like, where I was a meat cutter for a bunch of years, but, I thought I've always wanted to try being a carny. And for 20 years later, he was the carny. Him and mom traveled around, and, so the idea that you can be on your journey and do something for 20 years and it'd be perfectly fine. Everything, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing, but something comes along that, like for Pops, he stayed in with, cooking, because he was a cook in the Navy and he liked to cook at the house. And he, as a meat cutter, he liked to pick different types of beef, and we cooked them. And so, but then he went to work in the cookhouse and was able to be the short order cook and hamburgers. But he always kept the meats. His meats and hot dogs were the best around. And you never got a crappy hot dog or a bad hamburger from us. Never. Even if we had to pay more for them, you never got a bad hamburger or hot dog from us. Because if we wouldn't eat it, we wouldn't sell it. Other people, we don't care. But we're only going to be here a week. We don't care. Not Pops. But there were, old black men, because Pops had Italian sausage dogs and regular kind of sausage dogs, and he had foot long hot dogs. And I ain't picking on them old black men, but they loved them foot long hot dogs. And every Sunday when he'd pull into whatever place we was going, there'd be a group of guys hanging out there around Mr. Arnie when he's putting up the awnings and getting ready. Mr. Arnie, okay, You got any of them footlongs, you know? We've been waiting all year long for you to come back. And that's the truth, you know. Hey, Steve. I just hope I have little old ladies around who cared. Yeah, and see, and having there are a lot of folks who don't realize that it's actually going on. And you know, where my friend Marcia lived, there was a couple little old ladies in that neighborhood. She went and sat with a couple of little old ladies, and several of them little old ladies, including my friend Marcia, are all gone now. There's this one she was cared for, and the one down the road, and then there was somebody else that helped out with both of them, and she passed away. But they were all in their 70s or 80s. Marcia would have been the youngest of the group at 67 or 8. She was a year behind me, so I think she was 67 when she passed, and like a few days before her birthday would have been 68. But a lot of issues Miss Marcia had, but it's a shame she passed when she did. But all them little old ladies that took care of each other, including my friend Marcia, who was the registered nurse. I'm sorry, but licensed nurse, registered as a nurse, not a registered nurse, but and they helped each other when they could. And it's very interesting that they all kind of seemed to pass away within a year of each other. I mean, as I'm sitting here, I hadn't thought about this earlier, but the friend down the road that they've been, she passed away. And then the lady down across the road, shortly thereafter, she passed away. And her husband had passed away like 6 months before that. And the lady down the road who used to help with the husband and her, she had passed away. And then Marcia passed away. All on this little hill within a mile, you know, interesting. But, you know, I don't, they were all elder age. They all had kind of weight issues and different things. So, and there might be those who blame it on COVID, but Marcia had other issues long before COVID, but they wanted to try to blame that on her. Nah. And the other lady was just crazy and senile and 85 years old and just multiple issues wrong. And her system just finally gave out. Yum, yum, yum. Hey, Pearl. So, in thinking of life's experiences, but in my conversation of stuff, for those of you probably heard me to talk about the night that the house burned down, and we basically barely made it out with just our lives and not much else. Um, about the ghost who woke me up and got us out of the house. Every November around Thanksgiving, it was because our house burned down 2 days before Thanksgiving. It was a Tuesday, I think. Tuesday, Monday night, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think it was a Monday night then, maybe. But so anyway, um, I've thought about this later on, and I've talked about it within the last year a time or two. In that, I'm so grateful for the ghost of Mr. Croft, who it was the Croft brothers that lived in that area. They started the farm. They cut the trees that this house was made out of, humongous pine trees that was holding this house was made out of. And they had sharecropped and homesteaded this farm where the house sat. And it kind of sort of, there was a road that turned in front of the house, but then they added another road that went down the hill and around. But anyway, the house was there before the road was, kind of thing. You know, the road literally coming from the west, coming right at the front porch, uh, dead ended like 10 feet from the front porch. I mean, it sat right on the little dirt road there, not much traffic, but and that there was the road that came dead at you right there, the dead ended at the house. And it's the only house in that little area right there. Now there's houses since then, but they've never put a house, because I was by there not too long ago. They never put a house back on the spot where the old house was. And there's a spot you could put a house. There's nothing there, which I kind of thought was a little interesting. But anyway, um, was it destiny that I got to know the ghost? Was it destiny that I was living in the house before I got busted in Florida, but that a year later, after I got out of jail, and a few months, that people moved out of the house because they were afraid of the ghost that lived in the house. I moved back into the house with my current wife at the time and her, and Bobby Jean, her daughter. Um, and that the ghost woke me up so to save Bobby Jean and Sherry and us at the time and get us out. But was is it divine intervention, or was it the ghost of Mr. Croft? Was it his destiny to haunt that house? Was it destiny that I moved into the house and over, before I got busted in Tampa, I lived there about 4 years. And so then I lived there a little over a year after I got out. So at least 5 years I lived in this house. Big, sprawling wooden house, but, with a breezeway. The kitchen was a separate house in the back of the house. Really, it was just a cool old house. Loved it, let me tell you. Even with its quirks. $45 a month, but I had to fix almost whatever went wrong in the house or windows or whatever. I had to take care of it. Now, if the pump went out or something like that, they helped with that. But if it was a leaky faucet, I fixed it. If it was a broken window, I replaced it. You know, any other upkeep was up to me or living it the way it was. And I kept it up and fixed it up with what I could, and would sit on that on the front porch with the sun going down where that road was, and sit and drink a beer and smoke a joint and watch the spirit rock in a rocking chair next to me on the front porch, and was perfectly calm with it. Now, but was that my destiny to find the house? Was my destiny to sit on the front porch? And I would literally talk to the ghost. I There were times when I look back and go, I think I could hear him, you know, but I was smoking a joint and drinking beer. So I was like, yeah, that's my man. I always topped it off. Well, my imagination is really running wild today. And we'd both be rocking in the chair, and his chair would match mine. I'd stop and he'd stop. I was like, okay, dude, I know you, I know there's somebody that, I mean, played tricks with me, and it was fun. There was one door to the little room off the front porch. I've talked about this before, but it would not hit if you locked it. My ex-wife, my son's mother, um, she kept blaming. She said, "I keep locking that door because Samuel, he can go out there." And I said, "Pat, it ain't gonna work. You can lock the screen door, but if you lock the the wooden door, and it had skeleton keys." I said, That's the key that's supposed to, because the little room set off the porch and was a little longer than the porch was wide. But in the old days, that if you got caught out in the weather or something and you was on your way back from town or something, and that you could pull up in the front yard, go up onto the porch. The door to that little room was always open. It had a single bed, a little a little chair, and a little dresser like thing. And I mean, there was not much other room than that, where you had to step in, close the door, and that was it. But from the old timers' point of view, so the door to the house, which was inside the other door, you could lock it and it would stay locked. But the door to the porch, if you locked it, it was unlocked. And she blamed me so many times. And then later on, when I married Sherry, she would say, "Why not that door?" And I told her, I said, it's just a thing. I could say it's a ghost or whatever, but don't want to freak you out. But that door is not supposed to be locked. And she just said, "Well, okay, as long as this one locks." And we never had anybody or problems or anything like that with anybody trying to get in. But it was that, there's one door in the house that no matter what you do, it's going to be unlocked. And but it's from the front porch to that room, which was the traveler's room. Anybody that needed a spare room, no questions, you could get up in the morning and go eat breakfast with the family if you knew them and all that kind of stuff. That's the way it was. So, but from the ghost point of view, and to the people who lived there before me, um, who they couldn't, nobody would stay there for more than 4 months. And I stayed there for 4 years before I got busted, and then a year longer after that till it burned down. But anyway, but with all that knowledge, though, with all them people that ghost had to live through, and then I got there, and I never said anything until after the house burned down, and then the subject of the ghost came out because I proved in a picture who I saw who had woke me up and touched my foot and shook me and woke me up. Could hear his voice, and it was the gentleman's great grandfather who had built a house with his brothers and Mr. Croft. And there was a picture of him in one of the family albums. I pointed him out and said, "That's him." So, but now was it Mr. Croft's destiny to stay there and quote, haunt the house that him and his uh, brothers built? Um, or was it just some weird supernatural coincidence? Okay. But had the house not burned down, had think now whether I'd stayed married to Sherry or not, different subject altogether. But had the house burning down and other incidents that happened at that time totally changed what I thought my destiny was. You see, I thought I was headed to, and I had a job offer in North Carolina, was packed and ready to go when I got word that nope, sorry, can't go. I changed my mind. So then I had no place to live except the travel trailer. And now I had to move into a temporary park with, only a parking spaces that was considered mine. And instead of living in a great big old sprawling house with an acre and a half of property and on a farm and a beautiful view, I'm stuck in this little camper park. And then I found this place. Had the house not burned down, had I not moved and had been looking for property, then my destiny would not have led me here. I'd have still been down in Berlin or something. So, did the house burn down as part of my destiny? Because if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have found this place, and I wouldn't. And the guy that I met, he was an old hippie type that was into Mother Earth news and stuff. We wrote a contract on a napkin and shook hands, and that was our deal. And we were both good with it, confident with it. Later on, I finished because I couldn't afford to go to a bank, and so he financed it himself. He wanted to get out from under the tax burden, so he was just like it was planted in wheat when I bought this place. So what? So his destiny changed. My destiny changed. Why? Because we met each other, and I bought a piece of land that he was really having trouble getting rid of, and it took a while for anybody to buy. I found out from my neighbor it took him a while to sell this other piece next to me. I didn't realize it had been up for sale. There was just no sign on it. But for a while, there was nobody lived there. There was nothing there, and then all of a sudden, they've got an old school bus over there, and he put up a place, and then he met his wife, and this and that. But anyway, they've got a small place, but that he's got a small shed like me, and an old school bus. Mine's older than his, but still, 5 minutes till. Okay, good. What time is it? 3:20. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for the but to all of the things that I'm relaying in the order that they happened. So, in the question of destiny, manifest destiny. So, were these all of these things were leading me in a way. So I was a fairly likable, easy to get along with. Had a decent job when I lived out there in Berlin, and I loved the house. It was cheap. You know, it was easy for me to keep a job and to provide because the house was so reasonable, right? $50 a month, plus electricity. Oh my God! And so, um, at the time, I had worked putting up steel buildings. I had worked doing this thing. Had worked as a as an instructor and supervisor for Green Oak Center, which still exists in Moultrie out there at Spence Field. Working with the mentally handicapped and physically handicapped. Um, and then later on, worked across the street at Mall Aircraft as a machinist, and also in building tail wheels and doors on airplanes. The Mall Aircraft, the small, they're one of the best short takeoff and landing. Stole. You can take off in these things of like 20 feet. I mean, be airborne. you know, and land just yeah, but the I knew BD Mall and all of them, and David Mall was about my same age. And way back when I first moved to Moultrie, I knew some people that worked at Mall. I didn't at the time, but I built one of the hangars at Mall Aircraft. So I got into Mall Aircraft by being on the construction crew that put up the steel building, So, and then I got to know some of these guys. And then later on, I had other jobs, but later on, I still stayed friends with the folks at Mall. And then I got a job at Mall in the machine shop. So it's like, okie doke. And I worked in different departments while at Mall. I worked in the paint shop and the wheel department, worked on wings, worked in the machine shop where we built all kinds of stuff. And then I was the sole builder of tail wheels for like 3 years. New ones and replacements. And I got really good at it too. Anything that I ever did working with my hands, I always figured out the easiest ways physically with fingers and motions and stuff, so that if you had to make a lot of these things, then be as, don't be flopping around with your arms and stuff. No, if you're going to make them, then keep your motions to almost robotic, but not quite. In that extra motion and this and that, it slows you down, your concentration, and then you can mess up. You ain't pay. But anyway, so destination. So I always wanted to work on airplanes. I used to build model airplanes and stuff when I was growing up. Ended up working at model aircraft in the machine shop and building. I used to go up and fly around, not as often as I would have liked, but still got to fly. Right. I never I got to ride, but fly, never steer and fly. That just never quite got to where we thought it would go. I know friends of mine who were into ultralights and lived at the down in Panacea at the airport. They literally lived one lot and a house from the end of the runway. In fact, there was an airplane crash that crashed into the lot next to them, and they just they couldn't do anything with it. There were just parts of this airplane left in this empty lot at the end of the runway down in Panacea. My dear friend Tom, you know, I think he said that he finally sold that place down there and got out from under it. But there was still an airplane in his. It wasn't his yard, but it was the lot right next to him. His lot and house. There's this wrecked airplane, sitting on its nose like this. And like, well, Tom, and he goes, well, it ain't mine. It ain't anybody's. Nobody will claim it. And it's actually technically off of the airport property because it was on the other side of the fence. But whoever owned the lot never quote owned up to it. And so there were pieces of this airplane just sitting in this little, maybe 50 by 100 foot lot, little Christ Cessna like this, like what? Yeah. And I was like, anyways, it's like there's nothing really on. And I was like, but it's aluminum, anyway. But at one time, his father had was kind of I'm going to say station manager because I don't know how else to explain it. But for some of these small airports in South Georgia and North Florida, way back in the day, I mean, like right after World War II, and there's all these little airfields. There's Spence Field that was a lot of aircraft in and out of Spence Field. When I first moved to Moultrie, they were using Spence Field for touch and go landing from the jets from over at Valdosta at Moody Air Force Base. So, and there still are times that the runway is long enough that some big ass airplanes can land there. But um, it was not meant necessarily for bombers, but any kind of other airplane could land there. And over the years, they've kept it up. Mall Aircraft is over there. There are some other aircraft kind of fix it up thingies over there, and they have the expo and other things at Spence Field, and a lot of people fly into those events. So, but the um, oh, I missed it by 3. Took my glasses off. But anyway, so in Moultrie and stuff. But was it predestination? Did I meet these people? Did I actually get a chance to work on and build airplanes? And not jets, but still airplanes. Work in machine shops and learn these things and almost get to fly them. And, I was this close to getting, uh, being able to, take flying lessons and so forth. And it didn't work out. But um, instead of taking flying lessons, I came to this property and started to homestead it. So where I would have taken money or worked another job to learn how to fly and wherever that would have taken me, I ended up buying this place and committed myself to, digging a well, which I dug with a hoe and a shovel and and pickaxe and etc. with help from others, but I did a lot, most of the digging. Just saying. Um, that I would stick it out. This will be 40 years this year in a couple of months that I've actually owned the place and been here. Um, and so, yay, team, 40 years in the same place. Yeah, here we go, right? And I never would have dreamed it. So, there have been over these years where it was a wheat field and then it was a small forest and then these trees got cut, then this happened, and now I live here and there's a field and the trees and so I've watched this evolution of this piece of dirt that I live on, both in the backyard and the front yard, and the water come up and the water go down, and it be a drought for 10 years. It was so bad down here. We're bringing water in from other places. There was just no water. And this last year, there was so much water, it was like, please stop, you know. And so far, we've had interesting amounts of rain, but the river's up. Some of you saw water in the backyard, and the river's up. So it's at the top of the bank at the moment. Tomorrow it'll be dropped. But so at the moment, we have plenty of water. So my well's up. All my rain tanks and everything are full of water, so there's no drought condition here. So blessed be to that, right? But now, has all of this been forecast? Is my point to for my life. So there are points, and I could see where there is a predestination, kind of sort of leaving tracks, even to this point right now. 4 more years and it will be paid off. Yeah, man. I paid it off once and then refinanced it when I married my last crazy wife. Um, and almost lost the property. My dear friend Marcia, who just passed, took $6,000 to the bank in a paper sack and paid off my note. And then I paid her off. Uh, I paid her back and paid her off what she had paid off. But she had gotten this big settlement for something and said, "Look, Dave, I got the money." And I said, "Look," and we've known each other for a long time then. And I said, "Look, I'll pay you back one way or the other." I worked on her trailer. I did other things. I mean, I paid her in money, but I also did some contract work that she wanted done. And so it's like, so what do you want done? I'll take it off what you owe me. And I'm like, okay, so $10 an hour, which was the normal charge, and blah, 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 blah. So, and we worked it out. Everybody was happy, and I paid off it. Plus, I paid, with money that I was working for, plus what she wanted done to her trailer. I built a big front porch and stuff, and paid her back for the loan, right? So everything was hunky dory. And there was a time when she kind of thought that I got the raw end of the deal because her son needed a van and I happened to have one. And I said, "Look, I can't fix it right now." And he could just take the van and we'll work out whatever it was. So it was a couple of $1,000. And so she said, "Well, he's going to make payments on it and this, that, and the other thing." Well, what ended up was he turned around and sold it out from under both of us and ended up doing something totally different. So she was guaranteeing to me that he would pay the note. He sold the van, took the money, and ran and screwed us both. So, even family sucks. But so anyway, in all of that, though, were we destined to meet? Were we destined for her son to act like a butthole? But she saved me from losing my property, and whatever the deal with the van, I was like, look, honey," and I kept telling her, "You saved my ass." And it's been paid for ever since. I got behind on taxes one time, and they tried to sell my property at that time through the county. I've survived that. And this year was a day and a half late because of the weekend on paying it on time, and my taxes are paid with cash. It's done. So I've learned all these lessons, but after 40 years of fighting, paying it off, and then and coming back and forth, and literally, being dried off the place, cooked off the place, trying to be flooded off the place at times, and I'm still here. Persistence or stupidity? I'm still here. you know, Persistence or stupidity? Some of my dear friends that had wonderful houses in beautiful neighborhoods with fine front and backyards are now living in single and double wide trailers that they're renting. And I shake my head and go, I'm still here and it's paid for, other than taxes. I'm still here. Stupidity or persistence? I don't know. You all be the judge, but I'm still here. I still got to. Now, I got to admit, during some storms, I get a leak around here. And the other day, there was water in my kitchen, and I ain't got a clue where the hell it come from. But we had one hell of a rain, and I know I've had issues with the foundation. That's one reason why I've been putting on that front porch out there. But I can't find where the water come from. It ain't coming from where it normally comes from. And I'm like, uh, it's a good thing I got concrete floors because it was easy to mop up, and the floors don't rot because they're concrete, right? So, but where the water come from, not a clue. Never ever been there before like that without other parts of the kitchen. There's one corner in the kitchen over there that when there's a lot of water on the hill, and we've had 2 or 3 inches of rain, it would literally come up from the corner of the floor at the foundation. And no matter what kind of patching and whatever I did, it still seeped in and would flood the north side of the kitchen wall. And there were times we literally brought dirt in and built a dam so the water that came in from that corner literally went across the floor to keep it from flooding the rest of the house downhill. And it would, and we channeled it out the door over here. Too many times we did that, unfortunately. So my reason for all this big, deep construction, all the concrete, how deep it is on my foundation and everything, and why it's been taking me so long with tree roots and things that have, gotten into my foundation and has caused these leaks, trying to fix them, and has been successful until the other day when it's leaking in a place it's never leaked before. I'm like, what the? So I just look up in the sky and go, well, one project at a time. Wherever that water is coming in over there, I'll get to it. Thank God it didn't, flood the rest of the kitchen. You know, I'm still yakking, ain't I? I got stoned. A moon party in living room, three three water wells, 2-car garage, big barn. Well, that sounds like a fifth of a mile long driveway. That sounds nice, Steve. 24 acres. Yeah, I got 18 that's mostly swamp. But the green one won't light. I'm going to guess my driveway's 100 feet, 100 feet, 100 yards long. It's about the length of a football field ish. Not necessarily to the house, but my driveway itself, and then out into the field. But um, I'm not quite a fifth of a mile off the road, but 100 yards, yeah, easy, which is 300 feet. I already missed my pipe. It's laying right there. But so my life has been one thing, and I've always liked nature. I wasn't too much into hunting. Went to the mountains all the time, hiking and panning for gold and all that kind of stuff. Was try to be, even though I was divorced from my wife, but trying to stay close with the kids. And I was always trying to plan stuff. And I'd take my kids and somebody else's kids, and we'd go camping or whatever. So was always close to nature, always. Later on, I learned too that back in the 80s somewhere, I went to my first powwow, Indian powwow. Early 80s somewhere up in Albany and a couple of places around here, went up there and started hanging out, and something struck me. I mean, in my heart, and I was like, there's something about this. So I had already, for myself, having nothing, I had known nothing about Native American stuff. But in my many years of going to the North Georgia mountains and Franklin, Tennessee, and North Carolina, and over there, uh, Hayesville, Tennessee. Anyway, um, that I had already had a crystal that I just thought was a rock until I learned way back then that actually a crystal. But I always had it in a certain spot. I always liked to sit on the stairs and hold it. I had a little ceremony spot up here in the window where I'd sit up there and look out the window. It's a great view, and it really is a nice place to sit and look out the window. And I had my crystal set up there on the shelf, the big shelf that's up there, and and I would sit there and light sage, and I love bells. There's the calling in of spirits. So before I understood about drumming and things, there was this. I was sort of pursuing this Celtic angle of myself, from the Knowles perspective, which kind of sort of has a little bit of Germanic in it. But then later on, when I found out that actually because of my father's side and so forth, that there's this French English connection through the Lee side of the family, right? Through very quite possibly through Robert E, because of all of our family connections that lead right to the end of when they left off with Robert E and his son or grandson. I can't remember which now, but still, same place in Virginia. There's this point that this one leads here and this one leads here. Anyway. So, but with that though, um, was I destined to be somehow related to RE? Was I somehow destined to like surveying and stuff like that? Because that's what he did before he became a general. He was traveled around even down here, and when the Louisiana Purchase was done and so forth, he went out and surveyed parts of Texas and Alabama, just all around. Robert E. Lee, before he became the big general, right? He loved surveying, and I am very much liking that, and have worked for a surveyor. And when went back to school, one of my quarters was on surveying, and I really liked it. And I was like, if I went back to school partially because I was on my third operation and having issues with my hands and neck and stuff. So being a surveyor and hacking through the jungle to find markers, not really on my list of things that I needed to be doing at the time. But it did come in handy when I was working at Prestolite that they needed the back lot sectioned off, and I was able to do that. And we were very accurate and without using GPS, but we were using regular surveying tools. So with that said, so Was I destined to learn how to do that? Was I, destined to not be a surveyor, but it become useful on another project as an engineer for a large, tier one automotive supplier? What? You know, um, our plant alone, produced $350 million worth of profit a year. Profit after bills, $350 million profit, and they sent it to Mexico, and we all lost our jobs. But anyway, but at the time I was destined to have that job. But then NAFTA come along. But were all of us destined to lose our jobs to Mexico? I mean, so there is this trail of destiny. So for me and my property, for me and learning powwows and natural things, and puppetry has always been a hobby, and I've been doing it before I got the job and after I got the job, and telling stories and learning the history, and then meeting people as shamans and mystics and so forth, and then being trained with hands-on going, so here I am now. But I did I know that I was going to be close to the land in my elder years? Yeah. Did I know that I was always going to be close to my God as I was learning it back in the day? I knew about my angels. I knew about the angel stuff. I'd already was convinced as a kid that there were ETs long before anybody talked about it because of my own experiences and stuff. So a lot of stuff for me that just kind of, but that's my path. That's my destiny. And there are some of it, as I have gone into the regression state, if you will, that as things have happened, and now as I look back, there's a part of me that says, you knew about this, remember? And in some of my dream hikes to the other side kind of thing, and my connection to my Akashic record, um, is that, oh holy crap, I knew something like this was possible, not necessarily that it was going to be like that, because there are variables in the way. So I could have not went somewhere on a particular day, or treated, they wanted me to go back to work for them, but at lesser pay. And I was going to have to take a P test, which I was like, would have lit that son bitch up, right? Because there were times I would have a problem that I'd go get in my truck and ride around the block and hit me a couple and go back to the plant and solve the problem, get on the thing and be printing out prints and fixing the issue, and we'd be back to work in no time. But if they was going to take that away from me and I had to admit that I was a doper, that I would have lost my job anyway. So I just said, I decline. See you later. But all other engineering jobs just went to total shit, where they used that everybody was asking for an engineer or somebody with the kind of experience that I have in working in machine shop and stamping methods and all the different processes and things. I was worth a lot of money. In a lot of ways, I still am, but all the jobs went away from America. Now, was that in any of ours destiny? That okay, I was destined to be a machinist and be a mechanic and be an engineer. Not a problem. But was any of us knew that our jobs were going to be snatched out and we would in our later lives be working for Walmart, you know, or not being able to find any work at all, like was what with my case um, with my condition and my narcolepsy, couldn't get a job nowhere, even with the backing of the state, couldn't get a job. So that's when I went into my depression and went where I went from a very good high in my life and accomplishment. Been to school, all the accumulated knowledge. I got this good job with a good engineering firm, working for a top reputable, company in the auto industry, and then nothing, nothing, nothing. And it wasn't just me; it was a lot of other folks to nothing. So that's what sent me, like, I got nothing else to do. I'm still on my property, but during that time was when I almost lost it because I went from having an income to none. I was the second person in the state of Georgia to receive the extended 6 months benefits in unemployment due to NAFTA. They'd passed a special law. I was the second person in Georgia because my uh, Department of Labor guy told me. He said, "You're the second person in the state of Georgia that gets this." Really? Yeah, it's on the computer. Oh wow. So I was on the most unwanted list, but survived all that. But during that time, it led me more into the shaman spiritual part of it because my connection to the industry, my connection to trying to be an engineer or a machinist, because all the machine shops have closed up around here. There used to be dozens of machine shops around here doing all kinds of stuff. Not anymore. Which is a shame because there's still a lot of stuff that could be done with a good machine shop. Anyway, if I was a younger man, I'd start one. Swear to God. Um, but the trick is finding long-term legitimate work that'll help you keep your shop open. But there were some local guys that had done it and were successful until all of the manufacturing moved out of this area. Then they took a big hit. But there still are manufacturing companies. When a widget breaks, somebody's got to make another one because some widgets they don't make anymore. They're out of stock. And if you really need a widget for your machine to work, then you're going to pay somebody to make one from scratch. Here's the part, here's the drawings. That's what I used to do. Somebody would hand me the part, I'd measure it, draw it, put it in a 3D CAD situation and print it up, send it out, get bids and so forth, and then have them make it however it was supposed to be made or whatever material it was supposed to be made out of. So now I still have all this knowledge, right? Ain't no job for me. So as my depression kicked in big time and the government was kept denying me because of that crazy judge in Savannah, kept denying my Social Security benefits. That depression, all this hit me ton of bricks. Plus, I was sick. I was dealing with a lot of issues that they had done to me and all the procedures that went wrong and other stuff. So, and my involvement in mental health that where they were keeping me crazy. Because here, take this drug, you'll feel better, and then you don't, and they double it, and then you have side effects that you're not aware of, and but you're really trying, but it ain't working. So you try something else and it don't work, and all the trying gets you in trouble because you've been trying, but it ain't working, and the pills ain't working, and your mood hadn't really gotten any better. If anything, you're more edgier than you've ever been before. Shit ain't working for you. And all you can see is that, I quit drinking so I wouldn't be an asshole. And I just want to find a gun, which I can't own because I'm a felon. I've been busted. I can't even shoot myself. Uh, you know, and then one day something wakes you up, and for me, it was like, it's time for you to quit feeling like this. And All these things that happened to me, though, are true. But was it my destiny to go through all this stuff? Or when I knew it was my destiny that later on in life I was going to be asked to talk about some stuff, I knew that when I was 11. But I didn't know I was going to have to go through all this other stuff before I was asked to do what I'm doing now. You follow me with this? So, but it was all a sort of destiny that I become, quote, shaman in training at some point, but all the confusion and different twists and stuff along the way, was that in my contract? You know what I mean? Was that part of the destiny road? Because it included almost 800 people in the plant that I worked at. So it wasn't just my personal destiny, but my destiny included all these other people. I've told you about the house first and second shift, and even parts of third. Gave you a big going away present that last day I was there, and how much some folks, on Facebook and stuff, still say hi and pray for me and all that kind of good stuff. After all these years of not working there, almost, well, 18 years ago, but I still stayed in contact with people, and we still respect each other from what we knew 18 years ago. And the fact that, it has lasted that long, that we can still have respect over time. You know what I mean? So the whole trip has been interesting. It has been at every point spiritual for me, and learning about, tone of voice and how you put yourself across to other people, and being able to communicate with people, each on a different level, to where I was having issues with people in the plant. They ended up at the end of my 7 years, they both sides came out and gave me a big going away present, when they didn't even do that for some of the other engineers that had been there longer than me. But I had made that much of an impact with the people, and they chose to do it. And to me, that started me on my, sure enough, spiritual journey, because I had made connections with 700 plus people in some kind of way, that some and many of them that are still alive still remember me, still say hi, how you doing? We send prayers to each other. It's still there after all this time. So the impact that I made back then, which I was just personally trying to learn how to just be a good guy. You know what I mean? Nothing really special, but how to learn with different people, and how to connect with people, and people in other groups of the plant. All this group was white, little old white ladies, and this group over here was all kind of sort of mixed, black, Mexican, and younger, medium folks over here in this side of the plant, that worked for, these were Chrysler people, and these folks over here were Ford people. And and we all worked under the same roof. We all worked for the same company, but they all had their own issues within each other and against each other in ways. And I was able to go in there, and me smooth talking, dude that I am, I was selling eggs to folks in there. And so white or black, they loved me and my eggs from the hens that I had, because them lady loves to bake, and they would, had competition baking and stuff, and that my eggs made their whatever they baked fluffy and good. So then I became an engineer on the floor, because others had left or quit or were fired, and there was more contact with these people. So the more that I became less of a boss, not necessarily a friend, but just pleasant. I mean, if there was a problem, I'd go out and go, okay, ladies, please gather around here now. Listen here, Miss Jeannie and Miss Sophie, we've got this issue here. Can you help me out with where it might have happened? Now, see, I'm going back to the peeling of the onion with the person with the problem, because they learned this, in that if I went in there and I'm like, All right, ladies, we got a problem here. Y'all got to fix this. Somebody messed up. We got 10,000 pieces we need to fix, and and who let this go through? Which is really what the problem was. But so you present it to them, and they go, wait a minute. Oh, and they want to go. One lady to look over, and she goes, "You mean you let them go through? I thought we were supposed to take them back and put them in repairs." And come to find out that somehow somebody had put them on a bench or something, and they'd put a good tag on them, and it went into a batch that they weren't really good parts. So it wasn't on purpose, but there was miscommunication about the time of lunchtime or something, or shift changed, and they went through when they shouldn't have. And they were going to fix them and everything. But anyway, but to the point. So rather than going in and hollering at them, again, somebody messed up and y'all going to pay and all that kind of other stuff, where some of them other bosses would do that, I would do it and go, okay, ladies, this is what happened. Y'all talk to me. What's happened here? Who is this person's name's on this now? Now, what happened before it got to there? And this is your operation, and it must have went through your machine. So, explain to me what happened. And in that, they talk between each other. If there was any argument, it's like, I don't want no argument. Let's just what happened. And so, but in all these 700 plus people that gave you the going away present, the thingies, we learned to communicate. And it wasn't necessarily that I learned how to manipulate people, but I did, because I learned how to communicate with the people. And by communicating with them and connecting with them, I could get stuff done without a bunch of argument. So is that manipulating? Yeah. Is it mind control? In a way. And is it powerful? Absolutely, because all the people gave me the go away present. That's my proof. See, does this work? Absolutely. So, but kindness, but there were times, and I'd sit down with some of them, and I'd cross my arms, and I'd get that look, and I'd go, "No, we got a problem here," and I ain't the one that's really going to be in trouble, because I've already talked about it with my bosses, and I have been out here and talked to y'all before. Something needs to work, and it ain't up to me. But when the big boss comes out here, after I've come out here and we ain't straightened this out, um, I'm not the one that's gonna get chewed. I've already been chewed, but my chewing's over. But I'm here to say, whoever, four, five, six people in a cell of this little group, whatever's going on, it needs to get fixed. And I'm here to help you, whatever the thing. But if y'all ain't gonna follow the protocol and stick with it, then we got a problem. And you're the ones in trouble, not me, because I got my butt covered. I got the drawings, I got the data. You're the ones that aren't doing it. Now, what do you want to do? And we've had many meetings, and I had to be the one like, look, I'm here to chew you out, but I'm gonna do it with kindness. Y'all need to figure this out and you get your butts to work, and quit trying to blame each other. Quit blaming it on the tooling, because it's not the tooling's problem. You blame it on me because I don't give you enough training. You've had enough training. You do, yeah, but you're not listening to the protocol that is listed in the SOP, the standard operating, but that it was written and approved and is on your machine. You're not following the procedures. Who's at fault? Not me. You are. So, but to that point, they tried to blame somebody else, and I just went back and said, we just ain't having this. I ain't going to fight you. Ain't going to argue with you. Ain't going to holler at you, but we ain't having this. I'm the person in charge of the tooling and how it operates, and that, and you ain't blaming this on me. Nope, 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 nope. Well, the machine's been down all day. Well, it's the tooling. No, it ain't. It's the operator. So then, as much as the operators who dislike me tried to, it was harder for them to prove to be for their machine to be down. If they would have followed instruction, the machines would have just been badoom, 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 badoom. Because I could get them running to where the machines um, would run about. Now we're talking about spark plug wires, okay? And we're talking about getting the ends on both ends of a spark plug wire, short ones, long ones, didn't matter, to the tune of 45 to 50 per minute. That means for every second, badoom, 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 they're making one. And so they would try to bump it up to run them faster. And, the no, because if you bump it even up one more per minute, all the things start banging into each other. They have to physically have enough time to make the cycle and come back, right? So in any machine, it has to have cycle time. So you have to add that in there. So, but the folks and manager will just speed the machine up, bang, crash, everything breaks. Where for those of us who know, you get right up there to where you're almost banging some and you back it off. And the machine just runs nice and steady and on, and the production works and the parts are good. And so, but anyway, so in trying to teach this in any procedure that you do now, I'm here to tell you, haste makes waste. It really does. The Benjamin Franklin thing, I was listening to a cartoon the other day and I was like, damn straight, because if you try to go too fast to try to be, or whatever, you always screw up somehow because you're trying to go too fast. But a good steady pace, not a lazy pace, but a good steady pace will get you good parts every time because you're at a good pace. And that's the same thing in life. So in the spiritual life, you look for something that gives you that nice steady pace. And for me, learning about Native American and going to powwows and things, which I really miss going to, the folks in Albany shut the Native American tribes out. I mean, Albany, Cheehaw Park up there were big pavilions and everything that was supposed to be. They made a big deal about how they're um, 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 allowing the Indians to come back to the park and have powwows and have these events, and they would have them twice a year. Now they don't have them at all because well, these Native Americans, well, they got to follow our rules. And wait a minute, you they supposedly had given them like an area of the state park at Cheehaw up there to the Native Americans to like here it is. Not that you have to have certain passes or no, it can only be here. I mean, everywhere they turned around where no, it's for you guys. And we're like, but there was always conditions by the white man or by the non-Indians. Uh oh, are we there again? Oh, holy crap. Damn it, man. I don't need to be up all night. Here I am at it again. Hey Susie Q. It's 4:03 a.m. Golly Moses. And here I am just chit chatting away, but um, and going down my progression of things that have happened in my life, but I could see where the overall hermit, the land, the river, I got it. The spiritual part, I was figuring that out along the way, but all this other stuff in between, what did I foresee that? And after some of this has happened, the answer was sorta. And the answer of sorta means that it was, later on down, things might come along. And if you stick to this basic path right here and don't go jump in the ditch, that you should be okay. And through some of it was through no fault of my own. I mean, I didn't choose to quit my job or for the factory to close and everybody, that was not in any of our plans. Or that other manufacturing around here just died, and that things have just, turned into this uh, this consumerism, which was prophetic back during the days of Clinton and them. We are going to be the service community, they said. And then Bush won. And then 9/11 came, and then they did the NAFTA thing, but it started with Billy Clinton and them. Oh, such a good idea. But the NAFTA thing sold every single one of us out when they said America will become the service. We will be you know what that means? It means we're all going to work for, IHOP or Shake and Bake or this place. We're going to serve each other, literally. And when I go into town, there are, well, we got plumbing. Okay, well, all these places have to have some kind of plumbing supplies. They have to have electrical supplies. But as far as manufacturing companies, the companies are other restaurants. And the business is the restaurants need other things. So the business is servicing the restaurants who, guess what, is servicing the community. But where there used to be machine shops and manufacturing, there were actual things being made. Now, all of the jobs are service related. You work at selling cars or something, well, that's a service to the community. If you're a mechanic, then you service the car as a Toyota dealer. And I've known some mechanics and salesmen. So, but then later on, are we there yet? Nope. Um, but then and then that's a service. So they go to lunch down to the local, you know, eating dash thing. And there's a Whataburgers and a this one and a that in this strip mall of food, okay, which is catered to serve people. And the people who work there serve the public. You follow me? So the manufacturing is the service of people who come and eat there or who, but where does anybody make anything? Is anything in the community actually made? There is Flowers Bakery. They bake bread right downtown Thomasville. But okay, and that's a good thing, right? But anything else? Not really. But it used to be, is my point, but not anymore. So, but we have become what they told us would be we would become as a nation. Will become a service nation. We will become, but what does that mean? Take a look around. Everywhere that we drove on vacation, it was all, restaurant, bake, but there were in places through Kentucky and Ohio, and there was the Honda plant not far from where my relatives live up there. There, different plants and things up and around Dayton and in different places in Ohio. We went through places, in Kentucky and through Tennessee, and, so there are folks in America that make stuff and do stuff, but there are much more dealers of whatever food or bakery or this or that to get the money from those few people who bake stuff. We're almost there. No, oh 09. I'm just starting early. Is all there is to it. Uh, but was any of this in anybody's uh, you know predestination? Did any of us think we were going to be here? When I think back to the Clinton days and what they claimed America was going to become and the service, and I was like, I could not imagine that. But having driven up and down from Ohio to Florida, well, Georgia, but northern Florida too, and seeing it, I go, there's just not as much factory as there used to be, but there's a lot more restaurants. There's a lot more this. There, it doesn't produce anything except to service other people. Well, but we really need that. Well, okay, but you're not really making anything. You know, well, we're open here and you can come and we will service you and you could okay, that I understand that part, but you're not making it. Well, yeah, but we're providing a service. You hear that a lot. We provide a service. Okay, but there's nothing tangible from that service. It's a service. And they planned it 20 years ago or more. Here we are. Welcome to 2022. And I'm not trying to be, negative about this, but we're here. And they told us that. They planned it. They did. And I always wondered what it would look like. Okay. But now for me, who grew up as a grease monkey at a get this at a service station. God forbid that you could actually find a real service station these days. I mean, I grew up at one of my first jobs was working part time on the weekends at a Sitco station on the corner of Fowler and 30th Street. On the at that time, it was the city limit, so the Sitco actually was out of town because it was on the other side of the street. Well, now the city limits the county line, but back then they were actually in the county, you know, and I could ride there on my bicycle. Uh, you out of here, Chloe? Me too. Um, Yeah, thank you for hanging out. I know this has been a really weird destination, but for yourselves, just like, but the overall where I was seemed to be aimed at, I've kind of been there, but the choices and other people and just life, uh, even when I was trying not to be derailed, when I was trying to be the right and correct and the engineer and the gather people together and a community and work together and a good work ethic and all that kind of good stuff, and then to have it just dissolve for all of us, and it was none of our faults. Actually, we did too good a job, if you want to know the truth. They thought that other people could do it, and that failed. And nanny boo boo to them, but um, pissed off Ford and Nissan big time. Oh my God. But since Chrysler was already in Mexico, they were less pissed. But when Ford was not happy. Anyway, um, neither was Nissan. But that's what you get when you hire a Pakistani from Indy to run companies that are based in America to American companies. I mean, that's what happened. Um, honestly, and no offense to that Pakistani Hindu type guy who came in and did all that, but he was the reason it failed, and he got like $5 million a year to do what he did, and he was kind of sort of dismantled the company in a way, but not good. Was it the company's destiny for that to happen? Was it his destiny to get $5 million a year to like screw everybody up? Thousands of people and thousands of jobs and thousands of careers. And was it his destiny to change all of our lives? much like in that small way when the house burned down, the ghost woke me up. Was it the ghost destiny to stay there until this incident happened to save our lives? Was it my destiny to go into town that night a few Christmases back and save that man from the burning truck and, and his leg that was cut off? And we was it our destiny to do that? Was any how does this predestination story go? And I would say there are portions of the story that we may learn we're predestined to do. Like, for example, when you're a kid, you don't really know. Then later on, you find out, well, I think I really want to be a nurse. Well, then you start being a nurse and you find out, maybe not really, but I really like the medical field. So you stay in the medical field, but you're not a nurse, but you do something else that is still helpful to people, right? So maybe it's a massage therapist, or maybe it's something, right? So, but you stay in the field, but you ain't that particular thing. So you haven't deviated from your destiny, or maybe what your journey is supposed to be. But there are some folks though that moved, made that change, and later on they're like, "Well, I'm glad I made the change," but they say, because I knew some of these nurses and doctors and so forth in Thomasville and Moultrie, having been with the theater group and stuff. Anyway, so and they go, but I often wondered what would happen if. And so it's not necessarily regrets, but they've made changes in their life where maybe if I hadn't have studied like brain surgery or whatever, or whatever it is for each of these individuals, I wonder what would have happened, but then there are those who just say, "No, I'm just glad that I got this." You know, I don't really wonder because I really like my job and I'm comfortable in it and I get paid well and I got good benefits. And no, I'm happy, you know. And then there are those, it's not that they're not happy, but they have this little, I wonder if, you know. So not every, they all seem happy, but then there are the what ifers, you know. And there, those are just, I'm good, you know, and there ain't nothing wrong. But I've noticed with some of these people, because I've hung around some of these folks for 20 years and watched them retire before I did. And it got to the point where they did their job, they loved it, but then it was time to retire. Then when they retired, they were stuck. They were just like, had not a clue because this had consumed, and they accepted it and they did good work. It was to help other people. I'm thinking of folks in some of the medical professions and who work through the hospital and through different doctors, and how, the absolute good that they've done for their patients, and really honest good work. And then there's they go, well, and it's not that it nags at them, but the older they get, they bring it up. Well, I wonder what happened if I'd have done this when I was younger, or I wonder what would happen to, well, hey Marge, and having a martini or whatever. I wonder what happened, So, and then there are those folks who just, it's like they got what they wanted and they're here, but now it's almost like they had no other imagination. Well, I got here. Well, now what? I don't know. Well, I'm just going to be retired. Well, I'll sit in the back patio in the evenings and drink a martini, and we'll go to the club, and oh, Ken plays golf on Wednesdays, unless it's raining, but him and the boys will go play pool at the clubhouse, and me and the girls will have a high tea, and we always go over to Susie's place, and because she's got a really nice back porch, and some of them get over there early and play a little bit of cards or some cribbage, or okay, so, And I'm literally listening to little old ladies talk like this in between shows or waiting on a show to open, or I've worked for folks as a carpenter and so forth around Thomasville and with people. So, and you overhear them talking at the restaurants or a bar, and I have met these people, known these people at least in passing. I know them better than they know me, but then have been surprised that some of them little old ladies knew me better than I knew me when I did almost a striptease in a show years ago, dressed in only a towel, um, and singing a very risque song in front of the whole place. It was packed at the cultural center in Thomasville, doing Jacques Brel is alive and well and living in Paris. That's the name of the show and the songs from that album and pieces anyway. So, but um, it's 420, missed it. Oh, the green one don't work. I got stoned and I missed it. But anyway, after all this time and all these things, I do feel that I was destined, predestined in a way to learn more about to be a shaman and to learn more about nature and the different levels, how I actually got here and the choices that I made to get to this time. Not all of them were mine design because of losing jobs and other things happening, and a lot of other people were affected. But did I stick to the basic, what I think my soul contract was and has been? Yeah. But was I destined to do this? Yeah. But it's up to you individually to be able to step through there were certain times at the time when I was learning to speak to um my spirit guides, and the night that they said go to town, when I had no clue why, just before Christmas, and then on the way home, that's after all those weird strange events, we saved this gentleman's life and had not planned on it, but there it was. So I think personally that it was it foreseen in my original soul contract? No, but at that time I was trying to be that conscious and to listen to my spirit, and I was had quit drinking, and I was really making the change, and I was really honestly working on it, not just a little bit but really working on it. And then we saved a man's life. That'll change your life, right? All in criminy. So but was the saving the guy's life in that original contract? No, I don't think so. But because of my journey, because of my listening, that man could have died on the side of the road had I not listened. So was I destined to save his life? No, but I was destined to learn to listen to my spirit guides and to my angels, which led to actually saving a man's life. And, I still remember hanging on to that bloody stump, with his knee and just going, well, I never dreamed I was ever going to have to do this, but here I am, not throwing up, not freaking out. This is strange. As I'm doing it, this all is all going through my head. So, but was I predestined to help other people at strange times or be that good Samaritan or whatever? Yeah. As I've lent my house out in places that, I mean, I moved out of my house for a while and went to the river. Of course, I was learning to be a shaman, but I moved to the river and everybody else lived in my house. I just came in for an hour or two every day and went back down to the river. So, free range of the house, it was paid for and everything. So, and, stuff and this and that. People left stuff, people stole stuff, you know, and anyway, so I'm not just, well, I've been nice to a couple of people. No, there were 7 or 8 people that were in and out of my house all the time, every day. living in tents and over here, and folks living upstairs and in the loft and down on the river, and because I was trying to help people. And at the time, I think it did, but I don't know if anybody really understood what they were getting out of me for nothing. But it was costing me everything I had to support these folks because I loved them. I've knew them for a while, but they were all taking advantage of me. So, was it my destiny to help people? The answer is absolutely. Was it my destiny to have people steal and take advantage of me? Not necessarily. That was my lesson to learn as I have learned about people and helping and so forth. And, there's some folks I should like really be pissed about, but I have forgave them. And there are things that have been stolen from my house by people who smile at me and stealing shit right out, literally right out from under my nose, and thieving, nasty, and I had to go through each one of them and be pissed and be angry and go, look, I'm gonna work on this person and what they did to me, and I'm because at the time I didn't have anything else to do. But I'm going to work on why they made me mad. I know why they made me mad because they actually did this. They stole from me and they lied to me and they did this and they cost me money and um, so whose fault is it? Did I allow them to do it? Was I not watching? Was I too open, too giving? And the answer was yeah to a couple of those. I trusted folks a little too much and allowed too much to be open when I should have like hid my stash better. When I woke up the next morning and they had secretly snuck out of my house with three and a half, three quarters of an ounce of really good weed and left me with a little on top and and tissue paper underneath it. So, it was the old, I'll take most of it, replace it with something, and put the rest, what's left over on top. I've done that before in jail, but to do it to somebody that has fed you, kept you for over a month without asking anything from you, any money, any nothing, and then they take advantage of you, steal your weed, and then tell people that I I tried to steal from them and that it was my fault that this person was broke and needed salvation and all this. And I'm like, wait, when you got to my house, you didn't have a dime. You've been living off of me for the last 5 weeks, and then you tell other people because it heard through the grapevine. He told other people that I was the one that took advantage of him. How no? What the what? So that's been my luck. I've learned some things because of these events, but did I plan on each of these events way back in the day when I was a little kid? Did I know any of this? I don't think so. Did I know it was going to be rough along the way? That was the general idea of the contract. So it has been up to me. I could have threw this guy out and called the cops or something and said, hey, I couldn't have told him that he stole my weed, but I could have said, this guy has moved in. He won't pay me anything. I don't know who he is. Get him out. I can't do it, but he does not belong here. He's not kin. He just showed up with some people. They left and he stayed. I don't know who he is. He needs to go. I'm sorry. He's trespassing, and I didn't want to do that. So, but in the end, that's probably what I should have done, you know. Other things in my lifetime, my brother leaving his trailer up here, which is still a pain in the ass. There's still all this stuff that he left that I had nothing to do with. But I have to deal with it now, still after all these years. Place looks like shit because of what other people left here. I made my own mess. I own up to that. But there's a lot of stuff here that, my brother was supposed to, and for a while it was good, right? That, the Knoll brothers, we went camping, we went fishing, we went on boating trips, had a good time. I miss those old days with my brother. My Actually, he was my cousin officially, but to the point though, we were brothers. And we went through some really hard times and some freezing weathers up in the mountains where we got stuck and shit. I mean, oh my God. And we made it. And he was in the Navy and he was, I just, I wasn't, but he was, and we've had similar, and now he doesn't speak to me at all. He's down in Florida, down around Ocala. I've got kayaks and boats and stuff, and I have invited him come up, quit being lazy, and come up and let's go fishing or boating someday. Not a word. So whatever it is that sets people to not want to do or to where I was friendly, but see, he knows his old trailer was left behind. He knows he left his old van over there. He knows he left a lot of stuff behind and he's embarrassed. Now, he hadn't said so, doesn't have to, because I have done similar things. So he can't come back up here. I could meet him down somewhere, but he can't come back up here because of the memory. He knows that he left me with a bunch of shit that's still falling apart. And he left it in with my responsibility, so he just didn't have to deal with it. He's got his own mental health issues. So yes, I've been through some of this stuff, but what do I do? I love my brother slash cousin. Uh, do I like what he did and what he left behind? No. Am I still going to have to deal with it? Yeah. At some point, if I die before I deal with it, it's going to get left to somebody to have to deal with. At some point, somewhere, there's a lot of concrete block and there's a lot of steel. There's a lot of decent 2x6s and in the floor and stuff. But basically, you could recycle a lot of the stuff that's in there, but you can't have a trailer again. But you could make a small 2-room cottage or something with the wood that's in there, and some help, but because I've already calculated it. But anyway, so there are still things that could be salvaged out of the trailer, but it needs to be taken care of, and it's been falling apart so badly, and I haven't been able to do things like I used to could. If it doesn't get salvaged soon, it's just going to be a pile of nothing but pieces of steel and a lot of concrete block. A lot of concrete block because the nose is up. The hill is like this to it. So the front of the trailer is right on the ground, but the back of the trailer is like up to my chin, and there's concrete block and pillars. There's a lot of concrete block holding that trailer up. And I have often thought that I should just yank out some of these concrete blocks because nobody lives in it or anything. And, it really doesn't need that much support since nobody's rocking and this and that. So, bunch of concrete block, you know. I feel whoever inherits your land should build a tiny house village. Okay, put it in your will. Yeah, in a way, yeah. Well, and talking with my buddy the other day, who's probably going to be, he told me, he said, listen, he said, before you die, he said, I'm going to pay it. I'm going to pay you for the land. And you can give it to your grandchildren or whatever. And, but rather than allowing somebody else to inherit it, he still agreed that my grandkids could come up here and visit it and stay in the house or whatever. We've already established that. It ain't wrote down, but it is a gentleman's agreement, and he is a gentleman. And so, but he would, in that he wouldn't tear my house down. He would fix it up so that even in his craziness and the loft and everything, his little girls are growing up. They would have a ball playing in this house. climbing up and down the stairs and having a little, because kids used to do it when my other adopted grandchildren were doing it. When my son was living in and out of here back when he was a little kid, they had a ball upstairs in the loft, and being able to run around and sit upstairs and look over the loft and see downstairs and see out in the yard and stuff. I mean, it's for little kids, it's really cool. It's cool for me still. So it's like a tree house in some ways, because I used to build tree houses. And if I can get the upstairs porch rebuilt, then when you come up the stairs, you can go out on the porch and then see back out over the all of the woods, which was sort of in the video that I did. It's right back behind the house, and so as I am cleaning stuff up and continue to do, then I got a really good view from the upstairs out over the out over the woods. And so, yeah, I'm living right at the edge of them, and just up from the really gushy, wet stuff. And, I can't go any further downhill. It's just, but where I'm at, it works. So, but to be able to, and we were talking about putting in zip lines, because I've put in a zip line before, and I've tried it in different places on the hill and down in the swamp. And so brother Rob, he's like, man, you really did. And I was like, yeah. I said, look, I would buy the cable. I've even got the pulleys. I if you help me put it up, I would buy the cable, literally. Okay. And I got a lot of stuff and come alongs and other things that, that we could secure it, plenty of pine trees, plenty of property. Yeah, but I put up 250 foot before, and it was just not enough. You are at the end of 250 foot before you know it. So it's like, but I'm like, so he's thinking I want to be a little kid, but at the same time, his girls, he's like, man, I could see my little girls and put up a line from them for them down here in the woods and have little platforms and stuff. And I'm like, that's was my plan before I met him, you know. So now that we've met, he's got the same vision I had without me telling him that's what I wanted. But I do have some of the cable. It is too small, and it's too short. But I do have pulleys and other things. I said, yeah, all I need is cable. We could make this happen. And what? I was like, yeah, let's find out where the best price for 500 foot of cable is. I'll buy it. I got enough money right now. I'll buy it, unless it's $1,000. But I'll buy it. A couple of $100 probably, at least. But yeah, I'll buy it, because it's got value. It's a 500 foot cable of 5/8 or whatever it is the minimum requirement. But hell yeah. And you want to help me put it up in my backyard, in my swamp? Oh hell yeah. Come on. Let's put up a zip line. Oh hell yeah. Come on, everybody. Let's do a zip line, Let's do a bowl and then, go zip line. And sure enough. So for those of you who have seen the video that I did today, that really wasn't that good, and I'm really going to take my other camera down there and do a sure enough better walk. It was a really good, test. And doing the camera this way, next time I'm going to try doing it sideways and see how the picture turns out. It was like, okay, but if I'm going to do a video and then upload it, I think I'd rather use my other camera, because I've got so many other choices and settings and things. It's a little bulkier, but I can put it on a tripod, where the cell phone I can't. And there are several times I damn near slipped and dropped it in the water, and I was like, really don't need to do that. And with the big camera, I would be forced to wear it around my neck so it couldn't slip, or have it on a tripod, which is normally what I do. So the opportunity of dropping it would be less, and I could do better still shots with it. So, and show the woods better, change the lighting slightly in the camera, a little bit of exposure difference, and but actually try to get a better shot of the woods. Um, One thing, so I can learn the camera settings and do a better shot of the woods, but also to not sling around and do this and that, and but discuss it. But anyway, what I was talking about, where I said the water all the way up through there to the property line. And then I turned around and said back over this way to my neighbors. So I discussed property line versus neighbor. We both got property lines, but when I talked property line, I was meaning a totally different neighbor, not to confuse people, right? But my neighbor, he's this way, and but across my property from the widest point, just straight across from north to the south side, and it's almost exactly too. It goes east and west on the north and east and west on the south, but it's about 670 feet wide ish, as I remember. A little under 700 feet. But so 500 feet of cable would go almost from one side of the property to the other. So where I was standing saying, there's the property line over there, is about 250 feet. So, which is about the piece of cable I got already, which is too small. But in that, so we're talking twice that distance on a zip line. So just as a visual, and like, wow, that'd be really cool. you know, Not that I would want to zip line over the water, but um, to be able to zip line out across the water and further down into the woods. And the idea where there's another just on the other side of that bridge and the concrete block that I showed. Now, see if I stole the concrete block from the trailer up here and could tote him down in the woods, I'd have me a really nice concrete block bridge down there, and hell with the trailer and trying to hold it up, right? So it's falling, zone. Um, oh, damn, I hadn't thought of that. I got a problem with my hot water heater, and there's a hot water heater up in the trailer that still worked when I unplugged it. And I need a heating element down here. That hot water heater up there needs to come out before it literally falls out the bottom of the trailer. And, as far as heating elements go, it should still be good. Still been covered and all that good stuff. And it's a hot water heater. But I just thought about it. I need to get that out of there, and it might be part of my solution to get me hot water back in this one, and it needs to get out of there, and it's 30 gallons worth of stored water. So but anyway, interesting thought about that. But anyway, so destination and our destiny and predestination. And at this point, I'm looking at stuff like I just said, oh crap, I forgot about that hot water heater up there. And I need to fix mine. Okay. So, but in this, so was it my predestination to talk about the trailer and the property and the this and the that? But in my destiny to fix up the place before I pass it on or whatever, and I agree about whoever said to make a little village, he would help keep the village, and he would help to make continue my dream of what I envision as platforms and walkways and stuff back here. And I wanted to open up the place for people to do bird watching, and because there used to be a lot of different birds down there, but we still do have turkey, and there's still a lot of deer that go by, and there's still bobcats and other things and wildlife. And there are a lot of people who've never had the opportunity to be on the Little Ochlockonee River anywhere. So it would be the rare chance on a small river that is on all the maps as the Little Ochlockonee River. It ain't a creek. But it's also in the EPA's directory, and because of all the chicken shit that has been introduced into the river. So, but with that though, it's also still natural. It's also areas that folks have never seen or witnessed like for me, back when we had the river cleaned out, you could go up from the bridge or be up above the bridge and come through sailing on a kayak. I used to go through with my 17-foot canoe, and it doesn't look like you could make it. And we had it all cleaned out. And when the water was up, man, you had almost a mile and a half, 2 miles of river run that wiggled and turned and this and that in land that many folks have never seen. And so we wanted to be able to just offer it to people. Come out if you could rent a kayak, or we take on, for a day trip, we'll bake some chicken on the grill or some steaks if that's what you want. And so you can bring a family outing, and if you want to camp overnight, we've got this place over here, and then down on the river we've got this place over here, which was stuff that I was already in the middle of doing for myself, because certain places in the woods have certain feelings, and the one like just over the bridge back here, I want to open it up. Just if I don't make it to the river all the way, I want to at least get back to there because it was a nice spot, and it's higher because there are pine trees there, and there's kind of swampy all around it and different and stuff, and but a lot of critters cross through there. And at night with a fire, and you're far enough away from the house, but if you really need anything, it's only 2-minute walk back to the house. Like if I got to go to the toilet really bad or something, or whatever that might occurrence be. But it only takes me 2 minutes to get back when the trail is fixed. So okay, but to go to the river a little further, blah blah blah. But you know, so to go right out back, and then he mentions that he wants to take his daughters, down to the woods and go camping. I said, dude, we could at least go there, and then we could figure out how to get to the river, which would be that next time in the woods. But I got all this stuff to go camping with, and he wants to bring his daughters out, and his sons will be old enough soon, to be able to go out there and spend the night with us too. And so for my dear friends who want to do what I used to do with my kids and other kids, and what as a grandpa I had hoped my own grandkids would come and bring their kids and all that. And that part didn't happen. So, but in the destiny of things, here's someone else that is very family to me. And I have grandchildren through him, not blood, but, and they want to come over and play in the woods with me. I get my wish, I guess. It's not in the way I thought destiny would bring it, but there are the grandchildren, and there are the camps in the backyard, and there is that this is what I want to continue, that I've already started, and he wants to continue it for his girls, and his little boy's coming right up too. So it ain't like it's just the girls, but they just are older. But I met him. I was over there, at Thanksgiving and out back and burning stuff and hanging out with the little kids, and they're just phenomenal. I can't wait for them to go running around in my backyard and me trying to keep up. I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait. And then Daddy wants to come too, so he gets to go play and be a little kid. Like all my life, for the last 40 years, I've been a little kid in the woods, and it wasn't until the hurricane that, crap got knocked around. But, trails all over the place, and I mean, well marked, and you didn't have to worry about getting, scratched or whatever thing, because I like to go through there at nighttime, and I didn't want to go down a trail and get scratched or bumped or poked in the eye. So my trails are really clean, not very sometimes narrow, but still very clean and well marked, even in the nighttime. Because I'd put ribbons on the trees or something, so that you wouldn't veer off and you could see the trail. And boards or rocks or brick or whatever you needed when the really wet spots to get all the way to the river. But and lots of people had come and gone over the years, but then I just have gotten left here by myself these last few years. And it's just a shame that because of the hurricane and the COVID and all this other stuff, that it's just me and Duggar. Now he was down in the woods and with the video and everything today. Him and can you believe all them cats were down there? Uh, yeah, Steve, good to see you. And I'm just sitting here being stoned, and it's almost 5 o'clock. Uh, you stay safe too. Whoever inherits. Yeah, I agree with you, Delaney. And the thing is, when Rob was sitting here the other night, we were talking about it, and I could see the sparkle in his eyes. And he goes, "I want to take my girls camping, but I don't really want to take them to, uh, you know, uh, you know, in like to a he's like I am, to go to a state park and camp in an official campsite with, just yeah. But he was like, well, um, the Big Oclockney River, is like maybe a little bit too big. And so he's like, yeah, but to go back here and to go because I've already got a little camp set up back down there on my river. It's like, yeah, okay, come on, let's go. So I'm excited. And, when he gives the word to his little girls, and, now that the what, the whole thing that's kept me from going down there has been the heat and the mosquitoes. And now I got my new bigger chainsaw that will cut through some of the bigger trees. Those were the three things that were holding me up. The high water, don't care. I'll go down there, with good shoes, but I'll go wading through the water and cut up trees. Don't care. I have had enough. I want my woods and my trails back. I've had these trails for 30 years or more, and I can't get back. Nah, this, don't care how old I am or how crotchety I feel. That this winter, nah, I'm getting my trails back. But there's also interest in my next door neighbors and being able to get around both of our properties and connected them. But also now with Rob, who will be my inheritor, and his children who will be also inherit this. I can't be more pleased. Come on, let's go play, and y'all are invited. So anyway, so I love you all. Been 3 hours and 14 minutes. So combined with the other video, what's that make me, 6 or 7 hours? So Michelle, thank you for hanging out with me. Steve, it's good to see you and all that. Honestly, Delaney, Miss Pearl, I love you. And all you all who participate and hang out, I really do. So what's your destiny? It was our destiny to meet. It was our destiny to hang out. It was our destiny to share. And however we got here, I'm glad we've met. And for me, you continue to enrich my life. I tell all these stories in my timeline and stuff, and I know it's just like, there he goes talking about himself again. But, this honest to God, I can't believe that some of the shit actually happened to me. And there's a lot of other stuff in between. But the proof of the power that you can gain by positive working with people, and the things that and this and that and those things, regardless of what has happened here, their economy or whatever, the basic thing of the learning of this spirituality, mental thing, shamanism, however you want to look at it, has remained the same. So the original contract, has remained the same. A lot of variables on either side and kind of mixed up in the middle, but there are lessons along the way how to deal with tragedy, how to deal with people's legs getting cut off, have how to deal with this. So have to deal with we've dealt with flooded waters. I've dealt with being almost drowned and freezing to death and other just all the things that dealt with. And so, but for me, I guess it was I needed extra lessons this time around to learn that extra bit more of the spiritual side of it. And being in the woods this afternoon, it just glowed for me. It's like, wow, the energy was like really good because there was some water there, no mosquitoes, and the temperature was just right. It was like, this I like this time of year. Well, the summertimes you're fighting skeeters and it's hot and you're sweating and it just let me go back to the house and sit in front of the fan. Really difficult to deal with that steamy hot summer weather down there in the woods. So this time in early spring, got to get it. Time to go camping. Time to in between the wet weather, don't care. It's time to go. So anybody in the neighborhood, stop by. Let's go out. So I love you. Be safe. Consider in your own life what your beginning path, despite of what's been in between, but your beginning path of whatever that might be. If it's the first time you thought about being very spiritual, it was the first time you thought about, really understanding nature more. If it whatever that is that you feel, go back, not necessarily as a hunt and seek, but when was the just ask yourself that question. When was the first time I had that feeling? Well, not a, some people have to search their mind and go back, but some people actually know it. They just don't really want to admit it out loud right away. Well, I don't know. I've felt this way for the last couple of years, but yeah, if you really get right back down to it, they might have for the last 20 years had these feelings or something. Hey, Deborah. Good night to you too. I'm fixing to go to bed too. Um, I'm going to do a better one and more, and even show me maybe when I take the tripod down there, fixing the bridge and certain stuff. Anyway, but yep, I'm going to do some more because it's that time of year, and I would like to share it with y'all. Because that was one of the things. If I can't get people to come here, this was my gift years ago that I wanted to be able to go on the river and take videos and share it with whoever wanted to watch it, not necessarily for sale or anything like that. And anybody that wanted to come, it's still open. Anybody who wants to come with me, bring your own camera. Let's go camping. Let's go down the river. Let's share the experience, right? So that's always been my thing. Way back, I wanted to be, that wildlife photographer, And so for me, going down the river and stuff is works fine at my age now. So but having a really nice camera now and several tripods, really nice tripods, that I can set up and be able to zoom or this or that, adjust the lighting and but still just take a picture of the woods. But it'd actually be a lot better than that camera I use today. So thank you, Michelle, Miss Deborah, Steve, and anybody that might still be here at the moment. Um, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many wonderful blessings that come from the universe. And every single day, me and Duggar go outside and we put our little feet on the ground, even when it's wet so much. He complains. We both continue to pray that each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, even the animules and the four-leggeds, and the winged ones too, that will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which continues to be important to me, I find that I continue to pray despite the day for each and every one of you to continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many, many blessings in the universe. And that you will continue to reject the chaos that comes into your life. XXX, is the earth shifting because of the transgressions of men? Only partially, um, to be honest with you, because and the transgressions of man are digging giant holes and pumping crap into the earth. And, it's not, those are the transgressions, the sins of man that have been messing with the earth. But as far as just people being mean transgressions of man affecting the earth, and not so much. Not as much as the drilling and the digging and the explosions and all that stuff. That's pretty nasty. Um, I did a video years ago and have done it. There's one in my list somewhere called the the Braves on Horseback, and it was about a vision I had years ago. And I mean, I could smell it, taste it, was there. And I've had a lot of things happen to me over the years, but this was like one of them holy crap moments for me. But in and there's been some evidence other than my dream that have showed up in movies, and the the lady in white on a white stallion who trades horses with a guy who's on a black stallion, and this was like in my dream. And then I saw a movie that was very similar and other events, and I'm going, whoa. So what's up with this now? Is this just a story? But as things are going now, your question kind of sort of backs up the dream, in that there are folks who, in the dream, it was that from the four corners, one of this Indian brave on horseback went in each of the four directions. And while they were there, they collected people and they tied them together with their hair from the horse's tail. And as they came back to meet again, they were dragging souls and people and wailing and gnashing of teeth. And so the brave who was on the jet black horse got this book from this um, beautiful lady in buckskin, and she said, "The debt is paid," and handed him this book. And he got on the white horse and she got on the black horse. The Braves went off with all these souls and people, and it was horrible to hear and listen and watch. Let me tell you, I still get cringes. But what was said was, and then she turned, I was standing beside grandfather, whoever grandfather might mean, spirit, creator, God, but grandfather. And she said, she looked at us, she said, "The debt is paid. That which was taken from Mother Earth had to be repaid, but not in revenge, but in what was taken must be repaid." And that it's just simply a transaction. But there's been several things that's happened since then that I that have been so close and what I dreamt and saw. It was, yeah, I was there. But anyway, but to the point though, to the same day of the experience, there are things that keep showing up that make me wonder what some of this dream is actually taking place, because if if the bad people aren't going to jail, they are at least being exposed. So secrets are continuing to be exposed. Epstein, this one, that one, blah blah blah. The point is that that which was hidden is now, you know, made public. So that those things that people did, whether or not they're not hidden anymore. Does it matter? Does it care? But the thing is, they're they're not hiding in the darkness. Will we ever get justice? Maybe not. But they are being exposed. So people, for me, oh, I got to mention this before I go. For me, those pictures recently of Hillary Clinton, oh, please, Jesus. Close, but that is not flippin' Hillary. That ain't the original one. I'm sorry. The cheeks around here and this little thing right here is not the same. It ain't her. But anyway, so I ain't gonna like do a video that says, that ain't Hillary, but I'm here to tell you. If you look at them pictures, and we I grew up with Hillary through with Billy and all that crap. That's not Hillary. Just they showed this one and I was like, oh come on guys, that that ain't her. And everybody's like, oh look, oh and she's begging for money, and oh that's Hillary. That ain't Hillary. I'm sorry. She and they're whoever that ain't her is. Listen to that one. Whoever that ain't her is, it ain't her, but it's supposed to, that who ain't her is get looks less like her every time I see the picture. I'm like, wait, they're not getting closer to her looking like Hillary. It's like it's getting worse because the chin bone, and the cheeks, and the thing is all wrong, But anyway, that's my observation, and I'm leaving you with it. So, um, but the Earth is shifting because there are the Earth is expanding. Period. And there's been so much evidence of the earth expanding over the last millions of years, from Pangea and Turtle Island to its present condition. The earth is expanding. That is the truth. Do you think world's widespread practice of across the world is unleashing chaos and destruction? Yeah, but not in the way that a lot of people are trying to sell it. Anytime you have folks working for the bad side, they're working for the bad side, period. I mean, if they're not working for the good side, then they ain't working for me, right? Or with me. If they're well people and we should have, and well, and it isn't X X X X X. Um, it isn't just occultism, because as I've talked before, the Catholic Church is occultism. I mean, some of the practices and this and that, and they've got folks brainwashed so badly that, oh my God, this is, Jesus, and this is what Jesus wanted. No, it ain't. No, sorry. This is not what Jesus wanted, period. Not on his mind, not what went on. And for those of us who've watched Dante, and not one of Dante's recent videos, he's like, there was no crown of thorns. It just, that was fabricated. There was no crown of thorns. And because earlier pictures of it, there were no thorns on his head. There was like a vine or something on his head. But then somewhere, AD, 4 or 5, somewhere along in there, then they added the crown of thorns, and every picture since then has had Jesus with crowns of thorns. But Not originally, not the original pictures, paintings, and stuff. He had no crown of thorns. The crown was something else, but it wasn't thorns. So, but anyway, so with that said, the occultism is in everything. I mean, there are people who use numbers. There are occults, if you will, that are actually doing good things, but because they're secretive. And I would just say, for example, the honest to God true Knights Templar. Well, we've heard about them and stuff, but do any of us really know what they may honestly be doing? And how many honest to God other Knights Templars in other places? I mean, do any of us really know? No, they're visible, but they're not, you know. They're out in plain sight, but does anybody really know what they're doing? So we're assuming, and probably right, that they're doing good stuff. And but in to some people, through their practices and traditions and things, one would say they're messing with the occult. Yeah, but they're talking to our God, not to some demon or something. They're not trying to take over the world. They're trying to save the world, right? They're trying to keep peace within the world, where some would say, well, they're interfering. Yeah, they're interfering to keep you from putting this, from being where they're trying to keep you from becoming Nero in Rome and putting people on spikes and having, ooh, let's have feed the Christians to the lions kind of thing, right? So, but is occultism the only thing to blame? Nah, there's a lot of it. Uh, does it have an influence? The answer is yes. But the bigger influence is not just the occultism in itself, it's those people who have reached powerful places through occultism. And it's not necessarily the ritual itself that makes it happen, it's those who participate in it together have it in common. What? It's not necessarily the ceremony itself that makes whatever it does occur, somebody to be accepted. It's not the ceremony, it's the people there that accept it. Okay. So did it really happen? Well, to the people who was there, it happened. But if somebody wasn't there, did it really make a ripple in time or space or anything? Maybe not. But if it was a true shown of honest to God spiritual connection to the occult, boom, bang, brah, lights and stuff, maybe not. But to the people there, it was impressive and meant a lot to those folks present. Okay. Not necessarily to the planet. Now, a bunch of folks who think like this, not necessarily at the same time, it does have, it lowers the vibrations of peoples. And that has a lot to do with things. So it lowers an otherwise happy person to a grumpy curmudgeon, and maybe even into being depressed and maybe even into being so messed up that they kill themselves or others or do harm, right? So but does occultism in and of itself? Nah. But there are people who are involved in occultism that it is a commonality, but it's not the occultism itself. It's the person who works for the State Department that does it, not the occultism. He might act with the occultism and other people from other places and other whatevers, but he is the boss of a government agency. He does. Okay, did the occult and all these people, okay, maybe he did it on his own, but folks would want to blame it on the occultism when it's the person who made the choice. Okay. Other folks around him or whatever, but because they were a part of a witches coven, did that make them, was that their motive? Okay. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes it's just bad choices. Sometimes it's just people wanting to be douchebags and not necessarily having anything to do with the occult that they may be attached to. So I'm just saying. But having seen what good people can accomplish by positive energy, there's a lot of yin and yang going on the planet right now. But the earth changes to the planet. It's magma and underneath the earth that is moving. It's lots of solar energies and different radiations that are heating up the planet, and the planet is expanding. That's Is it caused by occultism? Nah. When the sun shoots off a class M flare and it buffets the earth, occultism didn't make the sun do that. There are people who would claim that they can or do. Okay, now maybe I my guess would be probably not. They're not quite that strong or whatever, but they would lay claim, oh, we made the sun do this thing. Okay, I think that's smoke and mirrors. But did the sun really do have a big solar flare? Did it just come by the earth and like to fry some magnetics in some upper atmosphere? Absolutely. But is that occultism? No. Does it affect the earth? Oh, you betcha. So lots of times and a bunch of times and even some more. So if you were wondering about the earth and what's going on, it's cosmic. Don't, there are people who would want to blame it all on the devil. It's the devil's doings. Nah, it's the universe. This is natural events that just seem to be, collecting right about now. But God and Jesus and the devil and the earth is opening up. Well, yeah, it's spreading. Yep. Look at all them volcanoes and look at all that lava. And let me explain something to you. If the lava hadn't been coming off and releasing some of that their pressure, there would have been some bigger, nastier stuff happen. So there are entities and creatures and even planet Earth who, in many prophecies, and even to my own self, that Mother Earth doesn't want to kill us, but she's got to take back what's hers. And some people are going to get hurt in the process. It's not out of revenge or hate, it's that she needs to take her stuff back. She needs to be Mother Earth again. And if she's got a cough and spit and sputter, and folks need to stop, shoving that crap down into the earth and creating all that, a lot of these issues, they got to stop it. And Mother Earth is going to keep jumping and tossing and turning and spitting until these crazy folks who are doing it will quit. That's the answer. So if people keep doing it, Mother Earth's going to keep reacting. They keep using dynamite, blowing stuff up. They keep doing that. Mother Earth's going to keep reacting. So what mankind does, Mother Earth is going to react. There, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So whatever's done to the planet, that planet's going to do in return, not out of revenge, but simply out of the laws of nature. Mother Earth will take back whatever how she does it, whatever energies or whatever, she's going to get back that which was taken from her. And that I've seen the answer too many other times in my own prophecy in 2013, and in other things since then. But in so many ways, it continues to make more sense. Like, oh my God, there's all these people going to die and stuff. Well, if you want to live in prone areas, if you want to continue to pump chemicals into the earth. And if you continue to do these other things when we have other ways of doing stuff, until mankind learns, we're going to get knocked around. seems logical to me. you know, we don't have to make any sacrifices to the gods or, nothing else. But when we learn to live with Mother Earth, it's going to quiet down. It's just going to be better because the whole aura of the planet will change. And it's hard for a lot of people to understand, but the Earth is a living entity. And she's quite frankly tired of some of these ants running around and pissing her off all the time. So do we much blame her? No. And if a catastrophe, if if an animal is covered with lice or something or whatever, they have to do something drastic because they're itching so bad they just literally rub their skin and their hide right off because of it, right? So Mother Earth, in a way, is it will get to a point where she's itching, scratching so bad that there's going to be in that, I say, tossing and turning. She's going to do her own tossing and turning. And I don't mean the planet flipping upside down and stuff, but there's going to be earth changes. South Carolina's had quite a few earthquakes here recently. And I noticed it years ago. I was sent to South Carolina in a dream, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago when I was doing a lot of earthquake study. And there was a lot of stuff. And it's right where I'm not trying to take credit for this, but it was showed to me in areas of South Carolina and also in places along in North Carolina, but not in the mountains where you'd think it was, and also along the Savannah River there around Augusta and into parts of Georgia there. But see, they've been putting nuclear power plants in, they've been doing some stuff in the ground there. And also, it is on the edge of the Appalachian Mountains, okay, where it was volcanic activity way back in the day. In North Carolina, near where my daughter, my niece lives. They live in Tennessee, but just across the line, there are hot springs and stuff up there, right? So where do the hot springs come from? Lava. They don't heat them up. No, it's a natural hot springs in North Carolina. Up there near the Smoky Mountains, just north of there. So where do you get hot springs? There's lava under the ground heating the water, dummy. Duh. Well, I know there's some kind of, yeah, it's called lava. It's called, where does lava come from? A volcano. So where's your steam and your hot water coming from? And I'm sorry, you're sitting on top of a volcano. What? Well, how do you explain the hot water? Well, I don't know. It's what? It's lava. It's magma. It's heating your water up. It's creating steam. It's creating your hot. Uh, it's a volcano. Planetary forces influence our behaviors, right? Yeah, but not as bad as some people want to make you to believe. I mean, I was born in the fall, in September 24th, 1952, um, but it's on the, fall equinox. And I love it that time of year. And this time of year, and right now is like, man, I'm like, but other times and other things. So do I feel that the planets have an effect on us? Do seasons have an effect on us? Yes. Does heat and magnetism? Absolutely. Do these cosmic waves that are coming to us not only from the sun, but they've been recording these cosmic energies coming in from outside the galaxy and also from the center of the galaxy, kind of thing. And across parts of the spirals in the galaxy at us, like where's this stuff coming from? And it's really powerful. And, so as I've said before, but um, think back When was the last time anybody heard anybody talked about the ozone layer? And back in the 90s and the early 2000s, oh my God, everything's got an aerosol and the ozone layer, and we're all going to die. And look, there was a cosmic event that had nothing to do with you and me that wiped 50% of the ozone layer off for back. I can't remember it. It's been, like early 2000s or something, or maybe it was back in the 1990s. But anyway, there was this event from the sun that blew the ozone layer right off the planet. Just blew it off. Yeah, exactly, Deborah. And the crater of diamonds, and also near the crater of diamonds, not too far from it, guess what? It's Hot Springs, Arkansas. And I've talked with people out there, well, it's the Hot Springs, this, but do you know where it comes from? Well, and talking with some friends, and I was out there in Oregon before, and up there around Mount Shasta and places, there are these, guess what? There are these hot springs. Mount Shasta is dun, da, 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 a volcano. So just because there is no volcano, uh, crest or something or whatever, hot springs means there's hot water down there somewhere. My predictions for 2022, some of it has to do with people. There are certain people and certain organizations and stuff that just absolutely, uh, you know, need to get a grip and stuff, but there, I feel confident that people are actually more together on things and that they all want to do better. A lot of folks, even though the supply chain is bad and everything, they're all hoping that it will get better as time goes on. People go, so a lot of optimism. Even though there's skepticism, there's a lot of optimism, and I absolutely am along with them. I would rather be optimistic because, well, there's a storm coming. Okay. Well, and there's lightning. Okay. But we need the ozone fixed. We need the whatever from the lightning, and we need the rain, so, but there's a storm coming. Well, there could be a tornado. You could get struck by lightning, and it is a big storm, but there are all these other benefits. So just because something might look bad on the outside, in the long run, it might be exactly what we need. So I'm not hoping for the worst, but we're still going to have events worldwide with just Mother Earth, okay? And it is what it is. And there's going to be more ET stuff too. So we'll see how that turns out. At the moment, ET's losing because they said by a certain date in January, we'd all see the flash. It was going to happen right away. We'd all feel different. We'd all be working on this, that, and the other thing. Ain't felt no flash, ain't felt no. I have felt a different sense of energy the last few days. And I do think it's because people are doing their best to be optimistic about the future, regardless of what it might be. So I think there are folks like me who are in our optimism, despite whatever's going on, we're kind of have an effect on the rest of the place. And that is why we're here as members of the League of Like Minded Beings, because the more we get together and share these commonalities with each other, then we can keep a more positive attitude. Well, and it's going to be, it could be this. Well, yeah, but then we'll be prepared. Well, it could be that. Well, then we'll be prepared. Well, what about that? Then we'll be prepared. And what about this and that? Well, we're human beings. We always figure a way around it. We'll just be prepared, and we'll do the best we can. So in the future, I think people are going to continue on this vein, and they're going to continue not to be like preppers, but with knowledge and with knowing other people. we're going to, whatever event might happen, we're going to be prepared to deal with it. Not necessarily with guns and big banks of food and stuff. When, when there are floods and things, you know people like they call the Cajun Navy show up with boats and things, and go out and help people in flooded areas and stuff, and take them food and rescue them. And nobody asked them really to do it, but they feel compelled to do it. And so, do any of them get repaid back? Most of them not. When the storm was around here, there were people in the neighborhood where they were driving around with chainsaws, cutting the trees out of the middle of the highway just because. And I met some guys, and they had run out of chain oil for their gas. And I gave them a couple of little bottles that I have for my. They was like, "Well, let me give you this." I said, "Nah, you guys are going to clear the highway so we can all get around. No, I'm donating this. Go away. If you need some gas or need something else, come back. I'll help you. If you can't, because nobody could get to town." So we were locked in. So I was like, glad I met you in the middle of the night. What a coincidence. Come down to the house. Here's some chain oil stuff. Here, you got the chainsaw. Here, go. Yeah, I even got some gas. No. And they cleared up the roads with some big pine trees, I'm here to tell you. So they was doing some with them chainsaws. But so nobody planned it, but I always have a little gas around because I do have chainsaws. I always have chainsaw oil and stuff and mix because I got chainsaws. So if anything happens like that again, if somebody runs out of something, I'll volunteer to give them some gas or oil or whatever. Or now I got my 16-inch chainsaw, I'll go help them. And if not, here's my chainsaw, you go do it, but I can help in that matter. So, but we as neighbors and my new neighbors over here and these neighbors up here on the hill, they've actually been treating me nicer. It is really strange, which is good, but after all these years, so even those of us here in my neighborhood who've not had any conversation between us are suddenly having conversation. And ain't that a good thing? And we're all getting along better as a community. And I know these people up here now who are related to these people over here, and these people over here are somehow related to these young folks down here, and they all get along. Well, that's nice to know in the event of anything around here, right? So, but to my friends, um, I've gone beyond my talking period, but XXXX, there are some alien folks who want to see us wiped off of this planet. And there are the Charistas and other groups who are trying desperately to keep them from doing it. Now, whether or not they succeed and turn some toxic stuff loose on the planet that might not necessarily turn us into zombies, but people with certain blood types will absolutely just supposedly, and there was something in a movie years ago, but it's supposedly something that would make your lungs start to bleed and that you would just drowned in your own blood in your lungs. That it would just like once you got it, it would take an hour or two. Symptoms it would hit, and the next thing you know, you'd be dead by drowning in your own blood. Does not sound very nice at all. Versus just getting the flu. So, but there's some of these beings, and they ain't humans, but they're literally portraying as them. Really want to do us some honest to God harm. But like I said, there are facets and factions of folks like the Knights Templar who are trying to keep these things from happening to any of us on this planet. Having nothing to do with Mother Earth is doing, okay? These folks, you know, it's not that they don't necessarily care about the planet itself. Now, they tried to set off a couple of tsunamis. They tried to set off a couple of volcanoes to really hurt some people. But Mother Earth, in the same regard, decided to let off some pressure to keep the planet from blowing up, kind of thing, you know? Not that that's what was going to happen, but you know, for those folks who, worked around any kind of boilers or anything like that, and all hot water heaters, if they get too hot, have a pop-off valve. So if it starts to overheat too much, that valve will open and release steam or air or the hot water, so it does not blow your hot water heater up and have an explosion. And all hot waters heater, all hot waters have them. So with that said, so Mother Earth, volcanoes are her outlets. That's how, if the Earth gets too magnetically charged by cosmic energies and by solar energies that heat it's the sun in a lot of ways is like we're sitting in front of a microwave oven. So in a microwave, it doesn't cook the outside of the potato first; it cooks the inside of the potato first. So the outside, yeah, we're getting some of that radiation, but the insides get cooking like a potato. It's hotter on the inside, the core, and it works out. So, the basic physics and the math is kind of there. And by observation, you can tell that it seems like that's what's happened. But it is a natural event. The man made stuff is the drilling and the blasting. Mother Earth could really do without that. And we as a people and humanity, there are other ways we could do this. There really are. So, and those of us who really care, it's not about plastics floating in the ocean, but it is. Um, it isn't just about the environment and to clean it up, but it is because that means we care. And when people start really caring, they don't throw it in the garbage. I mean, for me, they quit buying plastics and go back to bottles or something. For other folks, if they quit being, uh, uh, and I used to be one of these folks, plastic bottles in the bottom of my truck and this and that, not anymore. I don't do that. I have changed my behavior. I've changed my habits. I still get drinks. I still do this. I still that. But I am not contributing because I don't drink out of plastic. Not much anymore, but very seldom. So I use cans and bottles and other things because of the properties of plastic. And also, for those of you who might still have listened to what I've said before, the arthritis that was nagging me so bad since I have stopped drinking out of plastic, my I, s- I'm several years older, but my arthritis still is not as bad as it was. Now my hands are sore because of stuff I've been doing and cutting wood the last few days and things, and my hands are more sore now than they've been in a while. But it's because of my activity. But my hands right now, as I'm feeling them, used to hurt twice as bad back when I was drinking out of plastic all the time. So we change, our habits change, we individually change, we alter what we do on Mother Earth, which changes Mother Earth's perception because she is a living entity. And when we show her more respect, well, all the volcanoes stop? No. But the rumble rumble got to throw them fleas off my back and the dog scratching really hard. Yeah. How do you know if they're humans or aliens? A lot of times you can tell simply by their behavior. You can look at their eye movement. You can look at by how they turn their head at times. In some of the interviews of some of these people, um, it like this. The thing about Hillary, that just ain't Hillary standing with Bill. It ain't her. I don't care what you say. That ain't her. From her face, unless she's had her whole face reconstructed, that ain't Hillary. So is she a robot? Some have suggested. Is she a clone? There have been other folks that have suggested that. Can I prove any of that? No, but I can look at the pictures and tell you that ain't her. Well, old age, this, no, no. Your cheekbones don't get higher as you get older. They sag. Now, whoever this is, it's it's all right in here, but it's all wrong. Her face is too sunk in where her cheekbones are. There's like a bump, and then then this happens. Hillary had that, but it was nowhere near as pronounced. And it ain't because she's got older, and it ain't because no, it has to do with the cheekbones. Period. And how the jaw forms. Facial reconstruction for that. But anyway, um, and nobody has questioned her. So they just let it go. And why would they? What do you mean that's not Hillary? What if they were just humans possessed by demons? There are those who are possessed by alien entities, but the demon, sure enough, that these folks are possessed with is the essence of these nasty, and they look like demons, okay? These nasty ET, the essence of them. If you've ever watched The Dark Crystal, the Skeksis was draining the essence out of the pod people, right? And then drinking it to keep them, give them life and that kind of thing. So it's the essence. So folks are possessed by the essence of these really bad into I say individuals, and they have zero compassion. They, a little bit for each other, but not in general. Um, it's sort of like the Chinese and Hitler, you know, um, wanting to, they've each got their own version of how they want to take over the world and how they want to, do this and that. But and there are other entities too that have gotten involved who were previously involved, and some folks who had promised they didn't want to get involved had decided to get involved because it's gotten so messy. And mankind over the last few years has made a grand turnaround, and it can be felt by me and other people, and that there's just a change. People are paying more attention. People are being more aware of nature and more aware of stuff and other people, and they're just more aware. And that a few years ago, it just wasn't that way. And before the Trump thing and during Obama, and everything was all rosy and rainbows and ooh, and but there was other things going on behind that, below it, that all the dancing and all the rainbows was a distraction. Okay. And now, I mean, Biden started BS in the Ukraine and so forth with the deals that he made with pipelines and stuff. His son was involved in some of that, and they still have not. But now Biden is the president, and what are they doing now? Everything was fine till he got to be the pres, and now it's all about the Ukraine again. Last time we heard about the Ukraine was back when old Uncle Joe was the VP. How short people's memories are. Just go back a little ways. But the news has changed and altered. But I remember them going, "What are they doing over there? Why are they trying to start a war?" Biden, Putin was telling them back then, "What are you people doing over here? Get out of our backyard. We don't want." And guess what? Some of that was backed by some of the bad guy alien, if you want to call them demons, okie dokie, side against the good guys over there in the Ukraine who lived there trying to protect their own property and way of life and saying no to demons, right? They, they got a war started against them. Why? Because they hate some of the old guard over there in that area. I'm not going to say that it is the I was going to say the Knights of Columbus. That ain't what I'm. That's not what I mean. But the Knights Templar or versions of that that have been in Europe and over there for a long time, and they have been working not necessarily for the Catholic Church or for the church in and of itself, but they have been working for the good of all mankind in a Christ-like type of fashion, and they are against the bad guys. They're dying and suffering and being tortured because the bad guys really love doing that. And that, they're trying to change people now. They're trying to start wars now. They have been trying to instigate things. There are people that, if you watch them on TV, they act really weird and they go off to the left or something. These people have been rewired and they ain't acting right because they ain't all human. They ain't like you and me. And it's very obvious in a lot of places. But XXX, here's the thing, some of these folks are just plain out mean, period. And they have been that way. They have played the favorites, but behind the scenes, whether they've been eating babies or not doesn't matter. They have not been acting for our spiritual or physical or healthy. They don't care. They have not been acting on our behalf. They want us to be slaves. They want us to suffer. They want us out of here. And the good guys keep winning battles. And what one of the interesting things in a lot of the TV shows and stuff is like, what does it show? The aliens come, and at some point, no matter how bad it is, human resistance and resolve always comes through. Think about that. No matter how many thousands or whatever the aliens or the thises or the that, human nature and human beings, most of the time in the movies, always perseveres. But through history, no matter how hard it's been, I've talked about the Dust Bowl here in the United States, in the back before the World War II, and between the stock market crash and all this, and the Dust Bowl and all the people displaced. But a lot of people had just absolutely forgotten about the Dust Bowl, that the tragedy that happened right here in the middle of the United States, and the effect that it had, and all this stuff, and the people that moved left and right, and north and south, and California doubled in population in, like, 6 months. I mean, just stuff that we just don't pay attention to now, but in the long run, it has affected California and other things from that event, right? Anyway, and then the war happened. But so how people respond to things that are just natural events that get out of hand. And then there are things that people do that start events that get out of hand. And then there are those folks who just, their entire existence is to see us destroyed. So the Pope is an alien or just an occultist. Um, I scratch my head about that one, because there are times when he has exhibited in public now on TV. He has and other the announcers noticed it at the same time. I saw this one thing with the Pope this one time. The announcers went, they had handed the Pope this child, and he grabbed him, and when he grabbed this child and held him up, his face changed and phased out. And I went, what the fuck? And the announcers on TV that I was watching, the one guy said to the other, did you just see that with the Pope's face? What was that all about? Then all of a sudden he starts to put the child back and his face came back. And I was like, what the hell is that? And so would the announcers didn't say what the hell is that, but it was close. And but they noticed it because I thought it was just me being me and seeing all this other. No, they noticed it too, and it was out in the big public thing. And I mean, he literally something shifted, his face changed, because they noticed it. Back in 2008, I saw a UFO at night. It was flying a bit lower altitude and seemed camouflaged. I could only see three orange lights moving very slow. Then in 20, my cousins saw near the same spot. It was a different one that didn't had three. And whereabouts in the universe do you live, Drummonds? Because and I've done videos on it back a ways, but with cloudy weather and it rained all summer, I've been looking for the video. I've been looking for the UFO that have for several years. I even did a video on Christmas Eve. I chased this thing down to past the Florida border because it honestly it seemed like it was moving, and I got back to the house after all this long drive to Florida and back and got in my backyard, and it was brighter in my own yard than it was all the drive that I took. And the other interesting thing was that when I got home, I could see it better from the same place I was standing 3 hours earlier. Because all the way down there and back and stopping and doing stuff. When I got back home 3 hours later, if it had been a star or anything, it would not have been in the same place. It would have moved because the sky's always turning, right? So when I got home here to the house, looking south, there it was blinking and doing this light changing thing, and just blinking and doing a thing. And I'm like, oh my God. And it actually was brighter than all the driving closer to Florida did not get me, which I thought was extremely interesting. But I've often wondered if they didn't know I was watching them and they were like, phase shift out. But there's a lot of information, and Dante even said this that, spaceships that are seen over water. And for my position, I have since done some calculation and point of sight, and what if I saw them at a certain degree of angle in the atmosphere, and how far away is it, what is due south of my position, and guess what, they're over the water in the panhandle, they're in the shallows out there. But guess what, a lot of information that these spaceships like to get close to the water and so forth, because guess what, it's a fuel. They don't carry long, but Earth has got plenty of water. Some of them live in the water, but a lot of UFOs and stuff have been sighted near the water, and they can just get close and kind of suck mist up into the thing, into the. But I've seen this thing too many times. I did videos back when I could see it all the time, different colors, could never had a camera that I could zoom in close enough to actually get any good pictures. But my observation of it, I could explain. And I've seen other people do videos that was like, that's it. That's the one I see. And they'd be over in Germany or something. And I'd be like, but that's the one. Those are the colors. That's how it shifts. Somebody out in San Diego or something, take a picture. Here's this kind of sort of not really a triangular kind of, but it's sort of this shape with something underneath down here. But it does this light show of changes like this. And I've seen it in other people's videos where they got a better shot of the thing or whatever. And I'm like, that's the one. Whoever they are in that spaceship. And those particular ones also happen to be over water every time they were spotted versus mountains. Now, not that they weren't spotted in the mountains, but there were lakes in the mountains and things. But anyway, but to the point, there are I may not have been able to give you all a picture of what it looks like, but not at the moment can I. But there were other people who took videos of a spaceship that was just like the one I saw. So in my point of view, what I saw was vindicated by other people's pictures. You know what I mean? That's the one. That's when I saw. Good picture of it. Same color, fat. That's the one I see down here. Anyway, but over water, and a lot of the information that they're using water for fuel. So why wouldn't they find someplace like in the shallows up there in the panhandle of Florida out there in the ocean? Ain't no ships can go through there. It's too shallow. There are no shipping lanes. There are nobody out, Perry, Florida, and the shoals and everything. It's all swamp and stuff. Who's really paying attention as to what's going on out there? Ain't no ships because it's too shallow. There are sailboats and stuff, and some Coast Guard. But when the water gets low tide, I mean, you can walk out for miles in the flats down there. So what else would be there? An alien gassing up, Why not? I'm just saying. And there are a lot of flounder and stuff out there in them holes, but uh, there are evil spirits that influence humans to do bad things, but I don't think that there are actual physical aliens. Oh, XXX. Oh, please. You're going to be one of those people who are going to be so flippin' surprised that you have been led to believe that it's all Lucifer and the demons when, well, I'm sorry. I know there are a lot of people who disagree with me and other folks, and I understand it was hard. It was a hard nut for me to swallow years ago, but then I saw my own proof and saw my own things, and I went, oh crap. So there are so many people who are, no, it's demons. You can't convince me otherwise. The Oh, now I can't think of his name, and usually I'm trying to forget it. But he does a thing on Nephilims and L.A. Marzulli. I love L.A. I really do. I have a lot of stuff. But if Jesus really was in a spaceship and came in on a cloud, none of them would believe him. Anything that would come from outer space is demons and devils and all this stuff, and it's like, wow, all of them? Big universe. Every one of them is a demon. You're trying to tell me that of all the, but statistically and basically, it ain't true. But how are the aliens different from demons? A lot, a lot, because uh, demons have been fabricated by peoples and religion. Okay, the Catholic Church believes that they can change uh, wine into the blood of Jesus, and they'll dip it in that sauce with a piece of bread that they converted to the blood of Jesus. And every time they do a mass, you eat and drink the body and blood of Jesus. Now, if you don't think that's occultism, and that's the Catholic Church, okay? And what about demonism and what about all this stuff? And I, being raised as a Catholic, I continue to raise the question, what about the Catholic Church? Everybody eating Jesus and drinking his blood? Have you all ever stopped to think about the trick they pulled on you? Oh, but Jesus said this at the last. Really? From what reports are that Jesus, there was a whole room full of people. It wasn't just the disciples or what's there in the Last Supper. There was a bunch of people in a room. It wasn't like a secluded thing. But no, they were all sitting around drinking and passing bread and talking and stuff. You know, um, wine has been considered the blood of the plant and the bread and the thing, and the life and the giver. And ooh, look, we're gonna do this transmogrification every time that we say mass, which is said over the bones of a saint. So when they do it, they actually have bones of somebody. Otherwise, their prayers and spells don't work. That as an altar boy and headed into the priesthood and stuff, when I found out about that, I was like, well, that's funky. Oh, no, 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 no. In the little priest bag, they got to have this little relic. There's a place in the altar where it sits, and all of the sacrament that is said is over this relic of bones of somebody. And they say these prayers are this, well, strange language. It's in Latin, but they say some prayers they can't say out loud, okay, as part of the ritual, it's part of the Mass. But they're changing the wine to the blood of Jesus or somebody, and you're going to eat with this piece of bread his body. That's cannibalism and Satanism right there in the Catholic Church. Anybody recognizing that? No. Anybody really paying attention to that? Some of us have been talking about it for many years. The serpent in the thing. So and the Pope ain't the Pope. Okay, that Jesuit son of a bitch that's walking around claiming that he is ain't. Okay, hundreds of years ago, the Catholics threw the Jesuits out. Back when Pope John Paul the First lived 33 days and died, and then they put another guy in his place. You don't think all that wasn't figured out? Occultism within the Catholic Church, also predicted by some Catholics way back when within the church itself. Okay. And their predictions, dead on the money. Their predictions is this is the last pope, and this is the end of the Catholic Church from Catholic prophecy, not from Nostradamus or the Bible or nothing. Through Catholic prophecy, this is the last pope, and this is the end of the Catholic Church as we know it, or as they know it. So, and this is within their own stuff. XXX, demons exist in religions outside of Christianity too. For example, there are demons and hell in Hinduism. Yeah, but what kind of hell? What kind of demons? And if you will think about the Vimanas in Hinduism, they were spaceships. I'm not yelling at you, but they were spaceships. And the blue guy with four arms, or I want to say, or six, but so if you believe anything about, and I do, I think that the blue guy and Sanskrit and a lot of that stuff, there's a lot of truth about the Vimanas and the sky chariots and the this and that. Oh hell yeah, they had some fights in the skies, and they weren't gods, they're literally aliens. Okay, different races from different planets, Native American peoples and the Dogon folks. They believe that they came from the dog star, that their ancestors and all the elders and all their teachers came from the dog star Sirius. Thousands of years they've been passing down these stories. And so all the native peoples, they all know and believe they are from the stars. The elders brought knowledge. They Some of them came literally from the stars, and but at least the elders came from there, and the knowledge that they brought came from the stars, and not just the Sirius, but from this planet and that star and this one over here. And they believe, without any kind of belief in aliens as aliens, but they absolutely believe that there are beings that come from these places and have been here and will come again. So, native peoples, tribes in Brazil, no, we come from up there, they'll be back someday. They always said they would, and never had the internet, never saw TV, but they describe aliens and coming from certain stars in the solar, or well, in the heavens. Okay, so what is your opinion of haunted houses and paranormal stuff? How is that related to aliens? It's not, because you weren't here earlier, but several in 1982, My house burned down where I was living. It wasn't mine per se, but I'd lived there for quite a few years. The house was haunted because other people couldn't live there. They told the landlord the place is haunted. We can't live here. They rented the place to me. Great big old ancient house, log home, beautiful thing, cold as hell, but beautiful old house. And it was haunted. Rocking chairs would move, doors would unlock when you tried to lock them, and just certain things about the house. I loved the house. I loved the whoever the ghost was in the rocking chair. And when the house caught on fire and almost burned us alive, the ghost appeared, shook my foot, woke me up, and got us out of the house before the ceiling caved in. And I mean, it wasn't long before the ceiling caved in. And later on, after the fire department and everything, the guy that hit it, it was his mother that owned the house, but he was the great grandson. I said, "Who was this guy that woke me up? How did he get in my house? And how did he wake me up? How do you know the house was on fire? Was he one of the neighbors?" And they were like, "Who was he?" And I started to describe him, how he had this bib overalls on, the farmer. He was wearing a train kind of, striped hat like a train engineer. And he watch pocket. And he had a red scarf on. He had, and I described it. And when I went down to his house to spend the rest of the night because we had no other place to go, and my wife and her daughter went to her mother's house and spent the rest of the night. So I went down to Phil's house, and he was like, he said, "You described this guy." And he goes, "I got a picture I want you to look at." He got out his family album, old family pictures in the album, went flipping through it. And as he was flipping through it, I was sitting beside him. We were smoking a joint, trying to calm down. The house damn near burned down. I'm trying to figure out who this old man was that woke me up and saved our lives. And as we flipped through, I go, "That's the guy right there." And I pointed on this page and I said, "That's him. That's him." And he goes, "Well, that was my great great grandfather. He, him and his brothers built the house. He died in the house. They had his funeral in the house. And that's people who you're the only, that's when he's fast up. He said, "You're the only person that could stay in that house. Everybody that we rented it." He said, "Do you ever think of why the rent was so cheap?" And I was like, "Well, it's an old house." And he goes, "No, but it's because it's haunted, and you just didn't care." And I go, "I got along with the ghost. I sat in the front porch and it would rock and I would rock, and he woke me up. He manifested himself out of nothing because I saw him. I didn't see through him. He moved my foot, woke me up. And as I sat up in the bed, I was from here damn near to the computer screen. And he said, "David, get out. The house is on fire." Heard it plain as day. I went, "What?" And I turned like this and to my wife and I said, "Sherry, wake up." And I turned back and he was gone. I mean, just gone. I was like, "Where'd you go?" I said, "Sherry, the house is on fire." And I was like in not much but my underwear. And I stepped out of the bed, took 2 steps, and opened the door. And the whole ceiling was a bright orange. The whole top of the house was on fire. And literally the ceiling was getting ready to cave in. And so, do ghosts exist? Absolutely. Are they demons? No. Are they spirits that hang around? Yeah. For whatever purpose, that was one of the things I was discussing earlier about that. Did that ghost, was it his, did he hang around after he died? Just, well, he liked the place and he loved it. So, but did he hang around to save us from dying in the house that he built? I have wondered about that, like as maybe that was his way of like moving on to the next realm or heaven or whatever. He was not in any way a scary spirit to me, but there were things that got moved around and rocking chairs would move and other things, doors wouldn't stay locked. And so, do I believe in ghosts? Absolutely. But is every ghost a mean, nasty critter or whatever? No. Are there some? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that, and they don't have anything to do with aliens. They are ghosts in the spirit realm, nothing to do with aliens. There are some things that kind of go along with it, but ghosts are ghosts. Aliens are aliens. You know, they are not the same. There may be some parallels, you know, like, well, these things act like some of them things. Yeah, but they ain't, you know. But so there's having taken pictures of orbs and of spirit beings myself with my own camera, and some of these have been on that when I used to be able to share the screen. Some of them are on this channel several years ago, and pictures I've taken down on the river and of entities and clouds that ain't there when I'm looking at them, but I take a picture and there's this form that's, you know, standing like right beside me. So are there entities? Absolutely. Miss Delaney Pearl, that who's in our chat a lot, you know, her channel and some of the things she has photographed and shown and videotaped. Absolutely. But are they aliens? No. Worship Satan and practice magic if they are. Because some of them think that to be part of the group, that's what they do. Um, there, there are some folks that just think that it's freaking cool. I studied demonology and stuff after I got out of the Catholic Church because I couldn't prove that God existed at the time. And so everybody talked about demons and devils and stuff. So I wanted to see if demons and devils were really true. And I got a whole lot more than I bargained for. And so, do demons and devils exist? Yes. But are they aliens? No. Do some of them kind of look like aliens? Yeah. But they're in a dark realm too, but they're in a similar realm as ghosts, but they're not aliens and they're not ghosts. They're in their own category. Okay. And there are some people that want to know, you know, if they act like this and they're or no, they act like this and they got to be a demon, or if they act like this, they got to be a ghost, or if they act like this, it's got to be an alien. Well, there are certain traits for each one of these things, and what people have been led to believe are the results of a demon. It ain't. Some of these things have been mistaken for antics or characteristics of certain alien types. Not all, but certain alien types. And Dante has showed this in some of his channels when he's standing on the street and there's something coming at him and the light goes out. And then the next street light and it fizzles and does this thing. And the next thing you know, there's this alien that's like, you know, 2 foot in front of his face. And, you know, but he says it's an alien and it's this kind of alien. But when you see what it looks like, you think, oh my God, that's a demon. He's like, nah, sorry, guys, it might look like one, but trust me, this is an alien, and the only way to kill them is to chop their head off. And because if the head and body can reincarnate, if you don't keep them separated, they'll come back to life. And so a lot of folks don't know who Dante is, or the cause, or some of the stuff that he talks about, or whether any of this is true or not. But having seen ghosts, having taken pictures of spirit realms, having visited with water nymphs and spirits and sprites in the woods and things and on the river and out in mother nature, having seen orbs that lit up that I could there's no they look like lightning bugs but they weren't. You could put your hand right through them, and you know there are things that just exist that in right conditions and right places, they're not demons, or they may not be angels either, but it's just Mother Nature in all of its different various forms. And in the universe, just as there are different kind of crickets, different kind of spiders, different kind of dogs, different kind of cats, different kind of flavors of whatever, right? The universe is just like that. So people want to say, no, we're the only people on the earth and nobody lives on Jupiter and nobody's ever been on Mars. Right. Nobody's ever been on Saturn. Well, there's debris in the rings that look like big giant spaceships. Well, that didn't really happen. And, well, nothing else is possible because those folks who wrote the Bible, who wrote the books, want to keep us away from the true narrative. And the true narrative is that there are people just like in the movie Jupiter Ascending, I think, or whatever, when they were discussing it, they were like, there are these families that owned whole owned entire solar systems and that they lived for thousands of years. And they were like, no, we own this solar system. What the hell? No, these people can't get away with it. Who are those people that live on that planet? Screw them. No, blow them off the face of the earth. Our family owns that planet right there. Oh, hell no. Think about it. We puny little humans here on earth, well, that can't really happen. Why? Because we haven't lived long enough to see it. But there is art, there's history, there's stuff that there are people who lay claim to this earth and thousands of years ago. No, we own this place. You people just live here. You are our slaves because we own it. In the South, they still have plantations. Well, so if you works and lives on this plantation, then you are owned by this plantation, son. So if we live on planet Earth and somebody owns the plantation, it's us. Are we the slaves or the whatever? Take your pick on that one. But if you think that, quote, we're the ones that own this place, nope, sorry. This place was traded out a long time ago. There's evidence through the Pope, through other things and stuff that we made deals with the bad guys a long time ago. And different factions have they come back every so often and kind of renegotiate new contracts when there are new leaders and people and changes and stuff. But the basic long term goal all the way along is that through the Catholic Church, they're getting people. I was one of them. You eat the body and blood of Jesus and you're like saved. No, you eat the body and blood of anybody and you're a freaking cannibal. That's the truth. Oh, but Jesus, no, he didn't. Y'all made up this story. And you've got 5 billion people who are Catholics who are believing that eating the body and blood of Jesus is the way to salvation. Really? I mean, even some of the Satanists ain't that quite blazing out in public. You follow me? So it's not just the Satanists, but I gotta say, I've met some folks who have conjured up some really weird and strange stuff that literally scared the shit out of me. Was he a warlock from this orange orb that smelled like sulfur out of the midair? Yeah. And to landed in the middle of a carpet where the cats would never go cross it? Yeah. Did that really happen? Yes. And did it scare? It still scares the shit out of me all these years ago. I tampered with some spells and things and incantations way back in the day. Had candles lit and was doing this ceremony, and calling upon whatever demon it was I was supposed to be calling upon. And then the wind started blowing the candle when the windows were shut. And then the hair on my neck started standing up. And whatever was supposed to happen over there, something started happening over there inside a ring that was connected with but to the point I was like, I got to that point and thought, now if that some bitch actually appears over there, What do I want from this quote demon? What the heck? I'm just curious of whether or not it's really true and whether or not this series of events can produce one, right? So I'm pretty much convinced this is bullshit. But the more I go into it, the more I get to a point and I go, oh, wait a minute. I seen this wavering light in the middle of that circle over there as I was reading this stuff. And I thought to myself, you're going to, if I was to call an angel, if I was to call a plumber, I wouldn't know what to ask him. If I just, what do I want a demon for? What would I want him for? What do I want a demon to do? I'd just say, hey, dude, I just want to see if you is real. How is it wherever you live? Okay, you can go back now. That just pissed them off, right? So, sort of halfway, a little further into this, I realized that I did not want to finish what I'd started. And I have often wondered from the really strange events when I decided I ain't going to finish this, that something had already started flickering over here in this little circle, the way that was laid out. I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. Did they really go all the way back? Did it like stop when I stopped? And I'm like, now what do I do? Now I would like throw salt or something like that. And I'd think like, them boys on anyway. Um the Winchester boys, that, you know, go around doing demons and stuff. But in having talked with other people, there are alien type entities that can literally walk into a body. There has, and oh, but that's a demon. Okay. Some of them appear and react and do like demons, but a lot of times, if you were to torture the person, like in an exorcism, that alien would just pop out and go find something. They don't want to hang around and go through that. Where a demon enjoys it, okay? There's a difference. But are there aliens and other beings, okay? For myself, there was a period of time when I was like almost dying, had given up, and I learned about this thing about um, a walk in. And I know somebody else that went through a heart attack and full blown, and she came back and she looks like the same person, sort of, but she ain't the same person that came back. I'm just here to tell you, she ain't the same person that came back. Not bad. She's actually doing better, but she ain't the same person that came back, and she admits it. I'm not the same person. I know I see my arms and legs, but I don't feel like I'm the same person. Well, in one of my near death experiences, it was a very bad head accident, got beat up. I was been passed out, couldn't stay awake. Wasn't my fault, but it was a really bad accident. And I was like asking God, I need help. And I had heard about what a walk in, like, okay, so what's a walk in? Well, that's sort of when an angel kind of takes over for you for a while. That was my gist of it, right? And I was going through this stuff, and I mean, really bad head injury, in and out of the hospital, trouble up the wazoo, started my narcolepsy really bad. And there was a period of time when I felt like somebody had taken over, not badly, but things that I just was like not paying attention to. All of a sudden, I was paying attention to it. And there were things that where before, because of my injury, I was like drooling and not doing and performing because of the injury. Then all of a sudden, I was like, was taking care of stuff. And from I didn't necessarily feel possessed, but I felt like something was damn sure helping me. And it was almost like there was somebody that had their arms on the outside of mine. They didn't actually walk in me, but they were like hugging me and moving my arms and stuff. And so I wasn't necessarily being controlled, but I was absolutely being assisted. And I'd asked, God, this is really hard. I don't know how I'm going to get through this. Lord Jesus, help me out. And that's what I said. And I felt whatever it was. And later on, I was like, well, and I was asking whether or not it was my higher self that came down to help me out, or whether or not it was an actual angel. And my feeling at this particular point is it was actually an angel. I had that I had that early Alien and Dante's video in my yard. Then a few months later, a wall in my home caught on fire for no reason. My sibling heard the noises that thing made. We had many spaceships. Yep. So Deborah, oh, back to a question that you asked early up, XXX. Is that an X or anyway? Why are people Catholic? Why are people Buddhist? Why are people anything? Why do people worship anything? Now, for me, I've talked about this before. I do not worship anything. I give honor and respect and that kind of thing, but I don't worship anything. So, for those Christians who go to church and worship every Sunday, not me. If you're worshiping anything, you got the wrong idea, because it isn't about the worship. It is everything. And even the Bible says in Revelations at the end, John's, the angel comes to him, and first thing John does, he bows down, and the angel says, "Get up, for you are as I am, and we are as each other," kind of thing. And it's like John was like, "What?" And so in Native American lore and tradition, we are all the same in the eyes of the Creator. And that's the same thing that the angel says to John twice in the end of Revelations, in that, get up, you are as I am. And we are, we are both angels in the eyes of God. Same thing Native Americans said for centuries and thousands of years without a Bible. Nobody ever tried to compare the two. I did when I have, because I read Revelations, I read the Bible, grew up Catholic, all this stuff, and then I hear native lore and I go, what? So the God of the natives, all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. And Christian Bible, angel says to John, we are all the same. Well, you're an angel, yeah, but you are as I am. That means you are like me. You are as I am. You see me as an angel, but you are as I am. What? That means I'm an angel? Yeah, guess what? Ding, ding, ding. You win the prize. So for me, when I realized, there are different levels of this realization. It really hit me one day. Oh my God, we are all equal in the eyes of the Creator. OMG. That's what they wrote in the Bible. The angel said to John, oh my God. So is this a religion, or is it the true word of what is? We are all equal in the eyes of the Creator. Now, there are many people in India who can possess other people's bodies. They do some freaky stuff over there, okay? I ain't saying that it ain't possible, all right? And there are entities that live in mountains and in places, and folks worship that. They can materialize it by enough people believing it, okay? And that in itself has been proven. So, do these demons exist? They exist because so many people believe they exist. So they literally manifest it from their thoughts. Now it got started from belief, but the more the people believe it and this and are scared of it, it just makes it manifest even more. But do they exist? Yeah, I believe it. But are they aliens? Well, some of them might be related to aliens way back in the past. Some of these demons within mountains and realms and stuff, they could be longtime kin and that kind of thing. So, but where too many people say it's automatically a demon, and without giving the consideration, there are a lot of other possibilities, but they don't consider those other possibilities. And for folks like L.A. Marzulli and other people, if 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 and here's the thing, the Charistus group, the angels who have been photographed in a lot of places and next to airplanes and flying and not just Dante's channel, but on his channel as well. Real alien beings, the Charistus group that have wings, okay? Yes, they are of the angel group. Yes. Are they fallen angels? No, they're currently active. And as Dante has said, they've been on this planet for the last 17,000 years. 17,000 years, okay? That they have records of their own, that they have been on the earth in different places. And he showed these over the years. So, but there have also been other entities that have, with the Hindu and the Vimana and the wars and the thing, and that's been going on too. Absolutely, because there are some of these groups of. I, I mean no offense to the black community in any way, but with all these other white people and gray people and brown people running around, I mean no offense, but where'd the black race come from? We're in whatever stuff, and no, we're not related to monkeys. But where in the world did Carmen San Diego find the black race in Africa? Just saying. Well, guess what? The native Africans and the Dogons and folk, they believe they came from outer space. That's where they came from. Oh, so how did the black people get here? Outer space. Period. They believe it. It's in it. Question's done. Well, what do you mean? We came from our ancestors came from up there. Well, what do you? But don't care. But that's where they came from. But. So anyway, um, predictions were made for this year by some of the ET folk, and kind of like, yes, it's going to happen this time. Um, that here in January and February, and by the end of March, you know aliens are really going to make a presence. We'll really be able to see them, and things will start to change, and this big energy wave is going to change the whole planet, the whole solar system, actually. But okay, I'm skeptical. Hope it happens. We'll see. But I have seen my own UFOs. I've seen my own ghost. I've seen my own demons. I have seen taken pictures of fairies and orbs and other things myself. So whatever anybody else is peddling, I got my own stuff that I have witnessed myself. Hey, Isby, how you doing this morning? So can aliens be conjured up just like demons? No, not in the same way, because the you could get you could get on that frequency to like tap in. There are times myself, and other people too that I've talked to, that we feel that we have somehow received angel messages. I mean, to do this or that. And Miss Teresa and I have had similar things happen, and other people, and I have discussed things, and then Dante or other folks in within the different communities will bring up a similar, discussion, and it'd be like, well, where'd we all get this same information from? We all had a thought, a vision, a thing, something, but it was all really close to being the same thought, and all around within a day or two of each other. And so where did this stuff come from? Did angels have a chat with all of us? Because it was all to the good side. Are the good aliens intercepting our minds and trying to convince us? Well, there are things that I've seen to the good side and to the bad. And my angel buddies that I have, we've gone through a lot together over the years. When they say something, I trust it. Otherwise, I get a vibration in my stomach that says, nope, hang on, wait, there's something out of whack here. Something that just ain't sitting right. And you learn it for my shaman in training. I am learning how to interpret the vibrations of things that I see or hear or is told to me. And so, that takes a lot of practice. Yes, be one of the things, yes to that, but there are multiple realities living around us. But are we living in multiple realities? Well, because we're associated with them, the basic technical answer would be yeah. But the multiple realities would exist without us. Okay. And they're all around us, whether we're here or not. So we are participating in this, but their existence has nothing to do with us. you know, it just don't. And as much as people would like to make you believe it does, nope. All these orbs and other things that I've seen swimming around that I've taken pictures of here and on the river and other places, all over the place. There have been orbs that passed by my head right here on the live stream one night. Did it exist? Damn straight. We all saw it. I saw it go by on the screen and couldn't see it here. I mean, did it exist? Yeah, we all saw it in real time. You know, yes or no? Yep. And like I said, I have seen a ghost. They touched me, woke me up, saved us from a house burning down, which was really close to happening before we got out. Do I believe in them? Yeah. Are all ghosts mean and nasty? No. Are there mean and nasty entities? Yes. Are all alien? No. You can't just clump them into, well, it's all this or it's all that. There are different layers of orbs. There are different colors of orbs. There are different energies from the orbs of the pictures that I'm taking. I went and sat down with a drum and drummed in an area that I have taken pictures of hundreds of orbs over 15-year period. And I learned by listening and paying attention that when I first started taking pictures, they would kill all the batteries in my I had backup batteries. They would kill every battery in my camera arsenal. And then when I started asking permission, then I learned that there seemed to be Indian. I couldn't explain it. And then so as I was learning over these 15 years, I've gone to the same spot. I started taking my drum. I started taking my flute. So I assumed, because I've taken pictures of so many entities in that area over these many years, I just assumed they're still there. So I did a drum, I did a flute, light a little bit of sage, have a little prayer, and then ask, may I take your pictures? To anyone who's around. And I have gotten some really good pictures of like an orb, like right in front of the camera, like sitting right here, and a big one too, like smiling at me. And like, holy crap, they're all around my head, I mean, literally. And they're they're blues and this. And then there was a time in Ohio when I took pictures of all the entities that were around me, and they were all sapphire blue, and the message was from an alien being who said these are these sphere beings. They live here. They're at the petroglyph site in Ohio. And if anybody's savvy enough, go by, say some prayers, and and see if you can take some, if you're allowed to take some pictures. Are coming from the sky in many parts of the world. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there's a lot of stuff up there we can't see because of whatever camouflage. But for to bring stuff up in a quick minute or two, because I really got to go to bed, and it's like going on 7 o'clock in the morning here, and I got stuff to do. But I love you all. But X, listen, the what people have told you about the Bible, a lot of it has been made up. There's some truths in there, but all this stuff, Jesus was crowned of thorn, and there was he crucified? Yep. Did he die, come back? Yep. But he had help from guess who? The Choristus and E.T. Pope, because there's some ancient drawings and paintings that show UFOs in the background where Jesus is being crucified. I mean, like from like 300 and 400 AD kind of thing, pictures of UFOs like the Brahmana that are in the Hindu pictures. There's a lot of stuff that people have discussed as fable or as a legend has actually happened. You've seen multiple ghosts when I was young. Even in the woods, I remember seeing one walking with not feet. He was kind of levitating, then suddenly vanished. Yep, I believe you. Have you heard any strange sounds coming from the sky? Yes, actually. And there's been some really weird cloud formations when there ain't any clouds around but one. I mean, go up the hill, look around, not a cloud in the sky, but one. And Dante has said, look to the clouds, look to the skies because you will see stuff. And Mr. MBB is, people send him videos and pictures all the time of these strange clouds. When I was growing up, we didn't have shelf clouds like that and pictures and stuff. There are thunderstorms and cloud formations now. They had to invent names for because when I was growing up and stuff, there was only like 5 or 6 different kinds of cloud formations. Now there's dozens and explanations. A lot of these things are, and you can even see the outline of the ship in the cloud. And some of them are bad guys, and some are the good guys. But having seen one ET thing go overhead and then another one appear and shoot it down with a laser beam, and then all of the above disappear. Having was driving home one evening, coming home from helping a friend, and they said, "Stop the car, get out and look." And as I was slowing down, I looked out and opened the door, and there was this explosion, and that covered it. It would have made the the Challenger, or the shuttle disaster that blew up coming in. The one that I saw that night, they told me to pull over and look up. It covered the whole sky from horizon to horizon, all different kinds of colors and things shooting off and all of this. And when I tried to report it for 3 days to the meteorological, I saw a thing on this date at this time. I wrote it down. I recorded it myself on that time and described the colors, which direction, how long it lasted. And no one reported that event. And somebody should have seen it because it covered the whole flipping sky. And my ET friends, whoever said, "That's us blowing up the bad guys." And I went, "Holy shit, there ought to be body parts just flying out of the sky at that rate." But these are things that I've witnessed. I can't prove, but I know in my heart that I wished I had a picture because you would be astounded. I'm like, what? Like in the movies, scattered across the sky. I don't know what the hell you guys blew up, but they told me, no, it's good. We're the good guys. And they, since then and so forth, they've been the good guys. But they're the ones that told me to go outside and watch this one spaceship get blown up by the other one. They're the ones that have led me in places to see things and stuff. They're the ones that led me that time when I was down on the river for 3 days and the spirits carried me off and whatever, but I survived 3 days at 105-degree temperatures in the daytime with no water or food. And I should have died. Didn't, came off the river. I'm still here and better than I was back then. But all I can explain is there were folks who came in spirit form and kept me from dying over that 3 days. And my little dog Sasha, rest her soul, she stayed and protected my body, and was in the swamp in between two palmetto bushes. A lot of ghosts and strange events happen. I've witnessed when I was younger. Yep. I took this position, and in a way, I kind of sort of still do. There are places now, like for me, I've lived here for 40 years. I've built a place, I've sweated, bled, pissed, shit, anything that could happen to a human being, not necessarily on the floor, but, I have bled and I've got a head concussion. I'm, here in the house. And there were years ago. Now, this house was not here. There was no foundation, nothing. It was just a bunch of sand and clay and an ant pile. And I'm still fighting the ants after 40 years. And they got back in the damn wall out here, sons of bitches. But anyway, um, there's concrete all around them. I still don't know how they get there, but they're there. They're under my floor and crawl up through the cracks. And I'll have a whole bunch of ants like, they're not going anywhere, but right back down through the crack in the floor, like, you bastards, anyway. But there were times, and I've got these um, motion activated lights, right? So when I was living upstairs more, I've been downstairs for a while now, but when I was living upstairs, I had motion detector lights, battery operated, that just hung on the wall. So as I got close to the stairs, a light would come on and it lit up the stairs. So as I went up the stairs, I had one at the top of the stairs that would come on and show the landing up there. And then as I got to the landing, there was one cattywampus across that would light up and would show me the way to the bedroom. So I didn't have to turn on a bunch of lights. There were these three lights strategically located that lighted my path so I could come down the stairs, because when I came out of the bedroom, the first one lit, the top of the stairs lit, down the stairs. So my way was lit without having to turn on any lights. All I had to do was walk it. Well, I'd be in bed and the lights would come on, and ain't nobody in the house. And I could look from the upstairs window with the door open, that you can see all the way to the top of the stairs. So it's like that light would come on. Now I'm too far away because I would wave things and throw socks at it, trying to get the damn thing to come on, and it wouldn't. So I'd be laying there going, somebody must be in the house. Well, whoever you are, go walk by the stairs again. And some bitch, if the light wouldn't come on, I go, whoo, well, there must be somebody there, but couldn't see nothing, couldn't sense anything. But that motion detector went off. And at times when I was like, well, are you coming and going up the stairs? And the light would come on at the top of the stairs, but then the one upstairs nearest me towards the bathroom, it would come on. I go, oh, guess you're coming upstairs. Don't know who you are, but um, there have been times when I was like, I don't know who you are, but I wish you'd leave. But I've also learned, don't piss them off. Don't demand that they leave, because they'll just smack your nappy ass up one side and down the other. Unless you got some honest to God superpower, you better be kindly and ask them to leave and say, look, this is not your place. Please leave. Rah, 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 whatever. They might be making faces at me or whatever, but I stand my ground, and I can't see them, but I can kind of feel it, the presence. And I'm like, whoever you are, thank thank you very much, but please take your energy elsewhere. And just, I have gotten more results with that over my many years of living here and going through the woods and up in the mountains. I've experienced stuff and things and stuff. I just seem to have been drawn to some of these things over the years. But to that point, though, you have to have faith in yourself, whether you ask in Jesus or somebody else. That might help somebody else, but if you don't, there was a one of these Dracula programs, and this novice priest, or it was one of the ladies or somebody in the one of the common folk, and they picked up this cross and put it in front of Dracula, and he was like, you don't even know how to use that thing, get that thing away from me. He was like, oh, the cross will save me, and the vampire just went, that, you ain't got enough willpower to wield that thing as a weapon against me, ha ha ha. So there are folks that, you know it's all about the cross when it ain't. It's more than that. You could have the cross as your backup and whatever, but if you don't have strength and willpower and chutzpah, you know, they're gonna whoop your ass. I've had it happen to me with some neighbors who literally conjured bad elements against us during a full moon ceremony that was legit to help people. We saw this entity. Here's the thing, at the time, I blessed the four corners, north, south, east, and west. I went around the circle and smudged it 3 times. I did prayers, I did ceremony, but at the time, get this, I said my prayer to the up and to the down. But my down in my thinking stopped at the ground. And what these entities did was, because in my thinking and in my prayer and in my visualization, there was a dome over the circle. Well, they went under the outside and come up inside the dome. And folks actually saw these darker entities come up inside the circle. And even though I had blessed the circle, they couldn't cross it. I had blessed the above us. I had blessed around us. I had blessed north, south, east. But I had, because I was new at this, and boy, what a mistake. But at the same time, there were people physically trying to bring the demons into the circle. While we were doing the full moon ceremony, they were on the outside. They asked, "Can we observe?" And I said, "I don't care. Just y'all be respectful. Don't throw beer cans or holler or whatever. You can be out there and watch if you want, but um, but not knowing that the reason they wanted to watch was because they were conducting their own conjure to bring whatever dark entity. Couldn't get through it. Couldn't, and my little dog's barking, can see it. Little Sasha's like, look, it's right there. And couldn't get in, but it found a way by coming under the dome and into the circle, and it was dispersed, and there was chaos after that. Not good. So I've seen them, have had people literally conjure them against me and my medicine man who was teaching me, where we're doing this combined ceremony, full moon ceremony to help people. And then there were folks who were just like, they didn't want either one of us to succeed. They didn't want either one of us to be that much of a positive energy. They wanted, well, oh, not necessarily that they were selling dark energy, but they wanted folks to look how much energy we have. Yeah, but they didn't really, they were literally conjuring it. So to the point, XX, or most of the strange stuff in the world happening in America, because it ain't. There's stuff going on in Europe and in the glens of Ireland and Scotland, and there are things going on in places around Albania and Ukraine and in the old, sure enough, like Yugoslavia and Transylvania. There are old things out in Europe, and also in Russia, also places in China, also in places in Southeast Asia. There's some really creepy, there's some very creepy caves down there. That cave that all those kids got trapped in, kind of thing. They went in there to like say a prayer to an entity or something of the cave, of the mountain. Remember when they did that trans tunnel through that mountain over in Europe, and they did them funky dances and all this weird stuff before they had before they could use the tunnel, because there are mountain entities and entities of the mountain that they all of them said, yeah, we got to appease the demons of the mountain, kind of thing. And they did all these ceremonies. Remember that creepy stuff? Remember the folks who did CERN, who did creepy dances and this and that when they first opened it? And they were all doing this stuff, creepy stuff going on. Yes. Is some of it alien related? A little bit. Are sigils real? Can you do certain things? Yeah. People get in trouble with that. Are there, alchemists that can create? Yeah, but you really got to be skilled beyond your imagination to get and comprehend where some of these folk are. Are there combinations of alien and people and stuff? Absolutely. Are there interbreedings and whatever? Yep. Do some humans have, alien essence? Absolutely. I feel like I have for a long time because with my Mother Mary, personally, my Mother Mary connection and whatever, and things that have happened, and what seems to be my connection to the Charistus, because they reprinted one of my videos years ago on their channel. That's a big deal for them. And why they chose me, not a clue, but it gives me more faith in that I must be doing something right for them to have reprinted one of my videos. And it was to plead for Dante and other people to please continue giving us information. We may not understand it now, but there are many of us out here who really do want to understand, who really do want to hear the truth. And we are confused. But is everything happening in America? No. There's creepy shit that happens in Mexico. Friends of mine that live down there, they're like, David, some of these places down there, they are haunted. People go, oh my goodness gracious, they see lights and orbs and things and stuff. It's like, whoa. So there's creepy stuff all over the place. Okay. Some of these are natural events that are just, they're interdimensional, but they're natural. We don't normally see them or whatever, but they've existed for a long time. And they, in that they are natural, they're unnatural to us because we're not used to them. Doesn't mean they ain't natural. Just saying. I was thinking the same thing, Hawkeye. We just not hearing about those things. Yeah, we just aren't. There are folks in the Andes who do stuff way up on the mountains and weird sightings and craft and stuff. There are folks in the deepest jungles who are seeing orbs that go through the jungle, through the trees, and they travel and look. They look just like alien spacecraft, but little small things, right? But here's the thing: there are giants that exist in this world, and then there are miniature size, not necessarily ant people, but then there are beings that, 20 people could fit in a sphere this big and it's comfortable to them. There are all kinds of stuff in this universe, and our tiny little minds only know so much. Not that we couldn't understand and accept more, but we only know so much because that's all that's been given to us. So I'm looking forward to more stuff. And, for the things that I've already experienced, it's cool. There's some things would rather not go back to, like the demon I'm not quite sure of that went back. I'm wondering if some of him might have stayed here all them years ago back in the 70s, but I know not to go messing with any of it. And I know the power of some of these spiritual things, whether demons or aliens or whatever. Don't mess with them. Don't try to fight them. Don't try to best them. And the good ones, you ask, come on around. Because one of the things I learned is like when I'm going to do a ceremony, I invite, I speak out loud to wherever I'm doing the ceremony, to all the entities that are currently around me, to all you wonderful positive entities, you're welcome to stay and participate in this ceremony. To all of those entities around me and within this area that are on the fence of being good or bad, and you haven't made up your mind, you're welcome to watch and participate as long as your participation is in a positive way. You're welcome. And for those entities who are negative and have no have no desire to be positive in any way, I ask out of respect and honor. Those are the two words. I ask out of honor and respect that you allow this ceremony to continue without your interference. So they can sit and watch and ain't telling them to go away, which I had tried. I say, you're welcome to watch, but out of honor and respect, because warriors, even some of the dumbest ones, are the most cruel, have an honor and respect for that warrior death. You fight, you tell so, but when you say that, it has worked so much better than a cross and asking for Jesus to step in. It has meant more and had much more effect than any Christian prayers. Hallelujah, Jesus help me. And there were times when I was hollering that, let me tell you. But when honor and respect, and you say, you can watch, and you ask them, you can participate. So you don't tell them to go away, but these are the conditions. And I ask that you honor and respect the ceremony. If you're going to be mean, just watch. If you don't want to participate, okay. But for those of us who do, give us the respect to do it. Okay. We don't want to mess with your stuff. So in that, I've had more luck, and things that got really wacky and out down in the woods, when these folks were conjuring stuff to interfere with us. The only way to deal with them entities that wanted to hang around and cause some harm was to go down there and be reasonable with them and say, look, if y'all want to hang around, okay, but quit messing with folk. You know, there are other folks you can go mess with someplace else, but, I've asked over the years, done ceremonies and prayers, please don't mess with folks here, please. This is one place that they're supposed to come where they don't have you guys messing with them. And so, versus and I did this. Go away. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I'm in charge of this place. And Spirit has sent me here to protect this place. And all you evil, mean, and wicked, bad, and nasty entities go away. And they just whoop my ass. Like, who are you, right? Who gave you the power to command us, you little wimpy shit, you? And that's when I learned that I needed to compromise. Like, can't make them go away because they ain't gonna. So, and to be angry and go that route, that never worked. And that they just come back like, I'm gonna flick my finger and bust your butt. Go ahead, try to show out to us. We'll show you. Don't ever do that to them, because you ain't powerful enough unless you got some secret thing up your wrist. Don't try. But to bring honor and respect into it, like, you know, please respect this spot. You'll get a lot more out of them, you know. But be confident in your belief too. Like, would really like for you all to go away. We got some positive things. Going to do a ceremony, and we're all asking all the other good entities around me, whether you can see them or not. You assume they're there because you want to collect them. That we're asking that you allow us to do our ceremony without interruption. And I'm just saying, I found a solar setup that Hawkeye since what? But my sheeple family won't let it go. But anyway, but to that point, my dear friends, I'm really tired and really sore. I have been at this since like 9:20 yesterday. This is almost like 12 hours kind of thing between the first one that got zapped and this one. So I love you. Be safe, Isb and XX or XYX. There are a lot more things than folks will explain to you. And hopefully, some of these promises that ET has made in general, that more will be seen and more people will understand, and the truth will really come out, and there will be proof and stuff. Dante has done a pretty good job with some of his stuff, but he's not the group that's talking about it. There are other folks that are going to bring out the other stuff. Let's see how the truth does come out and if it really is. So, am I waiting on it? Yeah. What I think about for this year, I'm hopeful. Too many of us want it to be a good year. And like, okay, rain on my parade. I'm still going to dance. Okay, you're going to rain on my parade. I'm going to dance in the rain. Period. Dancing on the ceiling, dancing in the rain. Don't care. You're going to try to put my party out and whatever. Going to dance anyway. So, my dear friends, be happy, be thankful, and always remember to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And I've already done the prayer 2 hours ago again, but I will close with that always. I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And for everything that you learn, there are layers to it. And when you think, well, it's just this simple, it may not be. And folks want to try to clump everything in, anything those Christians like L.A. Marzulli and folks like that. Now, I really like the guy, not met him personally, but I like the guy, I like his study. But, he can believe in Nephilims and giants, but he can't believe that maybe how did they get here? The evidence is that the aliens came from like Saturn and other places because of the giant spaceships, and they came from the stars. They helped us build the pyramids. They helped do Gobekli Tepe and all this other stuff. Yeah, I'm still up. Yeah, and I'm fixing to crash, dude, or dudette, or I don't know. I'm super. I don't know if you're male or female. I can't tell sometimes from folks' stuff. And I mean no offense, honest. But yeah, I'm still here, but I'm fixing to like take a nose dive. Um, stuff that I did yesterday and other things. Walking in the woods and other, but tired, need to lay down. I love you all. Have a great day. I will be back with you soon. I don't know how soon, but um, I still owe everybody a I made this promise that I would do card readings after the first of the year for folks, and I will keep that promise. But since I've been here for like 9 hours, maybe not tonight. Maybe it'll have to wait for another day until I recuperate. Oh, absolutely, XY, XW. Anyway, um, absolutely the Charistus group, the Angel group. They're absolutely the good guys, and there are some critters that people would swear to you that they're not the good guys. There are folks, for example, uh, is it the Curs? I think Dante has talked about that are, and Simon Parks has talked about the mantids. They look like insectoids, but they're very benevolent, and they're here on our side. So that's one thing. Simon Parks has never talked about Dante, as far as I know, And Dante's never talked about Simon Parks, as far as I know. But they have both talked about having contact with mantis type beings. Now, ain't that strange? So there's a lot of things that Simon Park has talked about over the years that I have seen happen or believe, or there are some things like, yeah, I'm still waiting. But then there are things that Dante has talked about that has kind of corresponded with some of the stuff that Simon Parks has talked about. And but that Dante has proof and pulls things out of boxes and shows pictures and stuff like that. So are there good aliens? Absolutely. Are they truly fighting for us? Yes. And several years ago, there was a plea that went out by the aliens that were like, if y'all would believe us, we can't help unless you ask. It's sort of like the prime directive with Starfleet. Unless you ask for help, we can't step in. We can't. Prime directive. So we as a planet needed to go, hey, help us. And what drew some of these alien ships in, from what I understand, is that Mother Earth herself sent out a signal to the universe asking for help, that she was under attack, and she sent a message, not just to the solar system, but to the galaxy and beyond, for anybody who would come and help save her, the planet. So, whether you believe that or not, or whatever, but they're Native Americans and Native folks have understood for a long time that Mother Earth is a living, breathing entity. And whatever we do to her, she might come back and do to us twice as bad. But for everything that is taken, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. You take from something, something's got to fill the spot. Or you fill the spot, it's going to. So be safe. Until next time, my rig froze up, had to reboot. Yeah, mine did the same thing earlier. Hey, Witch Moon, how are you? But WXYZ thing for thing. I'm not trying to be. I'm my eyes are crossed and I can't see. There's some really good folks out there, spiritually and ET wise, that do not want these bad guys to win. They really don't. But there are some folks who claim to be on our side when actually not really. Oh, look at those mean guys and everything, and ooh, we should do something about it, but they ain't really doing anything about it. But they try to make you believe that, woo, we all need, and they ain't doing squat. So those are the semi-bad people that they would much rather work with the bad guys than to actually work with us. Although they worked with us a time or two, but they'd really they're really actually bad. They really don't want us to succeed. They would throw a train wreck at us. They will do certain things that will cause chaos because they love it, the loose, the thing, that negative energy, people crying and wailing and gnashing of teeth. And if you still believe two airplanes took down the Twin Towers, then you ain't quite grasped the bigger picture. Because 9/11 was proof they got stuff that will destroy entire buildings and drop them to the ground in piles of dust. What was the message that 9/11 gave certain people? Don't fuck with us. What? Don't fuck with us. We will disintegrate people, buildings. Don't fuck with us. Go ahead, mess with us. We'll do a 9/11 on you. Because other buildings have caught fire and burned for days. They didn't collapse. There was, the evidence ain't there. for these two buildings to be brought down by airplanes up yonder when, you know, the wings didn't match. There was a motor that was an engine that was trapped between two buildings that weren't don't even belong on that style of airplane that was supposed to hit it. It was a GE engine that was between two buildings when it should have been a Pratt Whitney. There was so much wrong with it. But the watching the disintegration of those buildings should have told you, ET, that this ain't us. And two airplanes didn't do it. Period. That's the story. Does it exist? Do other technologies exist? Are they hiding stuff from him? Just think 9/11. If you still think them two airplanes did it, okay. So with that said, um, you too, Super. Take care. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I thank you for always hanging out. You give me strength to come back and chat some more. There's some people still believe. Yeah, don't you know? And regardless of the evidence, and can we talk about Building 7? You know, ooh, the towers, yeah, but Building 7, nothing touched it and it fell. Explain that one. But my point in all this, and this particular last portion, is that they have instruments and weapons and stuff that got away with the hologram. Guess what? And if you think about this, a lot of evidence there's a hologram, right, of that one coming in. It just like the wings disappear and there's this thing. It's this what? Oh, well, that's just people messing with. Nah, something was wrong with that one. And there weren't any airplanes who could have made that turn, but a missile could. That was disguised, a drone type missile that was disguised with a hologram projection that it looked like a big sized airplane. And guess what? Remember what von Braun said way back in the day about they were going to use holographic technology to make us believe that there was an alien invasion. Now, didn't they use holographic imagery to make us believe that two airplanes brought them towers down? When actually, maybe the reason they did it was to disguise the alien stuff that took the towers down. You follow me? So, von Braun, in a way, his quote prophecy has already been fulfilled because they use that technology broad daylight, downtown New York City, the towers, and nobody will ever forget that, right? So did the holographic thing and to convince people? Yeah. Was it the aliens? Actually, some of the people that allowed it to happen are part of one of the factions of the aliens. So the answer is yeah. The good guys didn't want to see the towers come down. The two airplanes didn't do it, and the airplanes weren't really there. And so was it the government that did it, or was it aliens within the government that did it? That's the answer. So until next time, uh, lots to ponder. But if you think the narrative, I still want the answer about JFK. You know, sorry, I watched Lee Harvey Oswald get murdered by, Jack Ruby that Sunday. Was on the way to church, and it was on TV. Ruby runs in, shoots him, and down he goes. And I'm like, they just shot the guy in on broad daylight on national television. Just saying. If you still believe that Oswald was the lone gunman and all that stuff, see what I mean? Too many questions without enough answers. How did Robert Kennedy get shot in a kitchen with multiple gunshots all over the place? And, bullet holes in the ceiling and over here, and people getting wounded. But there was only Sirhan that had this little pistol that actually killed him. When there was a shot behind his ear or something that was actually the fatal shot, when Sirhan came at him from the front. How'd he shoot him from the back of the head? Just saying. Have a great day. Keep smiling, everybody. Whatever they throw at us, we got to be able to look at it and go, well, there they go again, trying to convince us of something else. So the party is, can we see through the veil and show it off to post? Like, if I say again in closing, if you think the recent pictures of Hillary and Bill together with her waving her little cheekies and everything, if you really think that's Hillary, okie doke. Have a blessed day, and I hope to see you soon. Be safe, everybody, and stay out of the chaos. Laugh at it. Have a good time. You know, should we be worried? Eh, we've made it to this point. We can make it a little further. Have faith. Never give up, like Winston Churchill said. And as Anthony Hopkins and so many people have said, believe, 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 believe in the power of yourself and your faith in the universe. Just believe. Believe in some of your fellow man's a piece of shit, but those people who are good people, believe extra in them. You know, give them extra smiles and yeah. And the collection of us who really believe, you can't take that away from us. You can try to smoke and mirror us, but we believe it. Is nature real? Are nature entities? Are good things and are all these little fairies and good? Yeah, absolutely. Are there some critters out there too? Yeah, that means lions and tigers and bears might eat you, but only if you piss them off and if you're not at the zoo. Can a snake bite you and kill you? Could. But if you're cautious and careful with the snakes, then you won't get bitten and you won't piss the snake off. So are there dangers? Yes. But is everything dangerous? Not necessarily. Are diamondback rattlers, can they kill you? Yep. But if you're careful, you won't step on them and they won't bite you. So are demons there? Yeah, but they're like rattlesnakes. Don't piss them off. Don't get in their way. Don't step on them. Be careful. Ta ta, my friends. TTFN and cheers, everybody. Please be safe. We'll make it. Maybe chaos is needed to balance things out. I would agree with that up to a point. But here's the thing, they're trying to create too much chaos to overturn the balance that has already been upset from the negative things the people have literally done to Mother Earth with explosions and mining and the pumping of the fracking and the atomic bombs that they set off years ago that we're still suffering from the radiation. But they don't talk to you about. But the yin and yang of things, yeah. Well, you can be ecstatic and be so happy and that you pee your pants. But or you could be really happy and joyous and not pee your pants. So you could be really nasty and ugly and negative to the point where you rip people's skin off and fillet them and or you could just beat them up. So there's bad and then there's horrible. There is overdoing it on both sides, mostly to the bad side because it strikes terror and fear and it breaks people's faith up. They don't have confidence and we're all going to die and they're all going to eat us and maybe, but probably not. Uh, Fingers crossed. But so let's work for the good guys. Let's keep the faith. And instead of fearing them, we go, look, sorry, not today. Y'all just can't have me. Sorry, whoever you are. Well, I'm a, okey doke. But in all them scary movies, and all the aliens, the bad guys that come in, humans have somehow been able to, that's the answer, to overcome. To no matter what gets thrown at them, no matter what the machine, no matter what the critter, no matter what the virus, Mankind always succeeds and always makes it through. So no matter what, we got this. Have faith and believe, 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 believe. It's sunrise and time for me to go to bed. Holy cow. And I got stuff to do. Talk to you later. Always, what? Chaos is needed, but not to the point of being like too chaotic. I mean, even the universe can't accept exo chaos. Good morning, everybody. Super Isby. Talk to you later, everybody. Be safe, okay? Be happy, be safe, and